structured platforms. I don't know how much of access Africans have to some of these global processes. I think it's important, if not directly, also it can be channeled through international organizations who have a bit more of a structured system to address many of these issues globally. But it's important to also place us at that center of those global policy decision makings, as much as the information from Africa can be highlighted in the way we want to tell the story and not the other way around.
All right, thanks. I'll try to be brief, but you're asking many questions in a nice package. So the first question, as I hear it, is there a power imbalance, or is there a Western dominance? Yes, of course there is, in so many ways. There's a geopolitical dominance, there's a sort of immense gaps in where knowledge is produced and disseminated, as we've heard. So of course there is. And I co-edited a book that was republished last year. It's called Worlds Apart, and it's about another gap. It's the gap between, in a generic sense, African and European perspectives on migration governance. So we have a lot of different, both researchers but also sort of policy experts giving statements about how, for example, African regional organizations or multinational organizations or the EU perceive migration governance. And the message of the book is that there is this immense gap. We're talking about in this conference the gap between research and policy, but the gap between European and African interests when it comes to migration governance is immense. And I would go even further. We've heard it a little bit, but I would say that European governments are weaponizing the Global Compact for Migration and the discussion around irregular migration. They're weaponizing it to further their own interests. And I'm not saying there's not pushback, both within European organizations and from African stakeholders, but that is kind of the power game that's happening. So I think we need to be quite real about that and try to address it as we can. How to get sort of the voices of migrants and refugees and people closer to lived reality into these conversations? Well, I think that's in part a responsibility for researchers, because in the Nordic region at least, evidence-based has become this new fad. It's a new trendy word, that policies have to be evidence-based, politics have to be evidence-based. But the sort of the understanding of what that means is extremely limited and very simplistic. It's often about having an Excel sheet with a statistic, basically. And that serves some researchers very well and others not very well. So those of us doing qualitative research need to do a much better job of saying, we can't say everything, but at least the purpose of that research is to bring real voices and real lived experience into the conversation, but we're not very good at doing it. So even me, as an anthropologist with a dysfunctional understanding of mathematics and numbers, will try to talk about statistics. Yeah, it's 80% of this and 75% of that. But we need to do real work to try to get our qualitative knowledge and findings into the conversation. Then the question about sort of how to make Africa-based or African research more accessible and sort of influential. Leander and I are both coordinators of a network called AMODI, which stands for African Migration, Mobility and Displacement. And we've been doing some events and initiatives to visibilize African migration research. So, and we have on our website, it's amodi.com, just to make a bit of advertisement. We've started building a database on research published by Africa-based scholars. So there's a list of both which sort of scholars or researchers are actually doing work on this, and there's another list, a database on publications. It's not completely up to date, and we are hoping for maybe people even in this room to let us know what is being published so that we can keep building that database. But it's a searchable database explicitly made to visibilize Africa-based migration research, you could say. So it's a small effort to try to bring those voices into the conversation.
All right, thank you very much. So I will also talk about the Western influence from the perspective of the funding, which is the elephant in the room, is the most effective way of influencing policies on the continent. So most of the policies are usually funded by Western institutions, if not the EU directly. And I can say that that is where the policies tend to take the Western flavor. The second dimension has to do with the consultants who are hired to draft these policies. They are either Western consultants or local consultants with Western education. So either way, they are getting the Western effect here. And then the third dimension has to do with the templates. So if you observe carefully, most of the migration policies are mostly cut and paste templates from one African country to the next and to the next. And that doesn't help because it doesn't then reflect the local context. And when you talk about the efforts that are being made to externalize migration controls by the West, that is very visible. And I always say that most of the African countries allow themselves to operate as mercenaries, more or less, because they do the dirty work of the West. Things that you will not do because of respect for human rights and the rest, you can get Libya to do on your behalf, and then you have the possibility to deny because you are not directly executing that. Then the fourth dimension has to do with the conceptual frameworks that we use and then the theories. I did some work recently where I looked at the diaspora engagement policies for Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and then Kenya. And out of the four, 3 of them resorted to Alan Gamblin's conceptual framework. Alan was two years or so ahead of me at Oxford University, a very young guy. But it is his conceptual framework that is being used across the continent. And you wonder why we don't tend to cite or make use of our own, because we have migration stalwarts like Adepoju, Ucho, Techuamenu, Awumbla, and the others. But somehow we resort to conceptual frameworks that are designed by Western academics. And the broader challenge we have is that we don't tend to cite our own. It's something that our students do not do, and we don't also do. So there will be an important study that has been conducted by Mary Setrana. Our students will go for maybe Hindy Has any day, okay? Meanwhile, the local context is better expressed by the work that is done by Mary, but then the one who is well known is Hindy Has. So everyone goes Hindy Has, Oliver Beckwell, and if they want to be charitable, they'll end up with Setrana or Candil, and said that no, our most important concern has to do with internal migration. And that is the only way that you now look at the national migration policy for Ghana that, has different focuses rather than just the international migration dimension. Then finally, it has to do with what I call patient scholarship. So everyone is rushing to get the next degree and the next acknowledgement. Everyone has to be professor, this and that and that. And I think in the process, we don't really mature as academics. So maybe that is where the problem is also coming from. So we have all the titles and the accolades. Oliver is happy to be a reader and do fantastic work that everyone would like to reference. But then we are professor this and that. And sometimes we don't allow ourselves to mature in the way that Professor Mensah, for instance, has done. So maybe that is a reflection, something that we need to reflect on our own scholarship. So maybe there's a reason why we are not being cited in the same way as the younger academics from the global north. But that's just my way of critiquing my own, because I'm also actively pursuing those professor and the rest of it. But as to whether I'm ready or not is a question that we will see. Thank you very much.
It is indeed. Okay, so I agree very much with what Leander's just said about the view of African, I suppose the perspective of African states. 'Cause one of my frustrations, I guess, when I've seen this sort of discussion about migration policy is the particular things that come up as the highlights. And I suppose I come from a perspective that I'm interested in African migration, not particularly because Africa's special, I guess. I think it's an interesting place to look at these phenomena, but migration is a global phenomenon. Everyone's doing it, and it's part of the way human societies work. And I think there's a huge amount to learn from what's going on within the African continent. So with that perspective, when I see the way that African states are developing policy around migration as a problem, it's about things to be tackled. It was quite striking yesterday that the various people here, there's a lot of people from various sort of armed forces, the police, it seemed to be about controlling and moderating what's going on with migration. But where are people from economics, from the treasury maybe, from health and education, from social welfare? Because these are all fundamental ministries that will be affected by migration. And I didn't see them so much. But it's just, the point I'm trying to make is that from African states, same, it's gross generalization perhaps, but I get the sense that there's not much analysis of migration, how migration serves them, how it could be good for them, in a very broad sense. And I compare, say, look at a country like the UK, Germany. We set up our migration policies. We pay no attention to what the rest of the world is saying. Certainly the UK at the moment, we don't have to even worry about the EU. We want what's good for Britain. Now, I think we're going horribly wrong with many things, but that is the general perspective. And very hard to see that from many African states. They said, what's in it for us? How do we make migration work for us in terms of the policies for thinking of labour migration? I mean, it's great to see someone from the private sector yesterday say, well, why aren't you talking to us to get money out of us to do research? Because we're really interested. That's a huge part of the migration story, how it works with business, how it works with trade. And it just feels that side we don't have enough research on, we don't do enough work on. Having said that, for me, thinking of Africa for the rest of the world, I think one of the reasons I'm really interested in the way learning about African migration is precisely because there is much less policy around many aspects of it in many countries. Stuff just happens, people move. Often people don't make a big fuss about it. So I think there's a huge amount to learn about the human process of mobility and how people become, issues like integration. Millions of Africans move across the continent and settle in other countries and stay there for many years, often without, there's no formalities around it perhaps. In many ways it's irregular. It happens and it's not an issue. And people are able to create lives in new places and become part of new societies. This stuff is going on, but we don't really, if we can understand that, there's huge lessons there about successful integration that perhaps Europe could learn a lot from, because often we're not very good at it. There's a huge amount to be learnt from the way people move around the African continent, but I don't think we learn enough of that. Just one final point. The other thing I think would be fantastic to see, there's a lot of Europeans, like myself. I went and did my PhD in Zambia, and no one really asked me why are you a European coming and studying here in Zambia? I want to see African students coming to Europe and looking at our bizarre ways of moving and understanding what's going on there. And then being able, and because I think very often there's this sense of if Africans in Europe, they're supposed to be maybe doing some courses and things, but they don't come to Europe for field work. It's a bit, that would be weird. I think it's changing a bit. I'm sure there are some cases around, but that would be great to see much more of that. Those exchanges where Africa is not a site for research and using external frameworks. It's a site for there's empirical research, but also theory build, and it can then be tested out in Europe or other continents. So those exchanges, it would be great to develop. Of course, there's all the problems of the money and the finances and the interest behind it, but that's something I certainly would aspire to in a different world.
say now is the right time to give a big hand for our fantastic speakers. And the question is, Prof. Mary, as a former MIASA alumni, would you grant us 5 minutes maybe to collect some questions and we can answer them in the break maybe? But we have some time. Okay. So if you have some inputs, please. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll be brief because I think lots of people want to say something about this fantastic panel. So just for the academics, if I understand correctly, it's a key takeaway that what we shouldn't be trying to bridge the gap. There should be a gap. A gap is important. Critical distance is important. And what we should be thinking about is the terms of engagement, how we engage, who we engage with, when we engage. So in a way, the gap is a good thing. But also I wondered the extent to which migration studies is a good thing and a bad thing. So it's great, we all talk to migration scholars, that's great. And migration studies is now deeply institutionalized in Europe through huge amounts of funding. But do we talk beyond the boundaries of migration research? Where are we building links to related policy areas? So I've done work on climate change, and issues of climate change are issues of urban development, urbanization. Where are those communities? For the practitioners, it seems to me that research is one voice in a very noisy room. There are many interests that are present. And I was very interested in your insights, particularly into, you talk about changing narratives. And my own research as a social scientist, what I'm interested in is the causes and effects of people's beliefs and values, how it affects their attitudes. And I'd be very interested in your perspective on how communication works. So not just kind of writing short briefs, but trying to affect behavior, trying to affect values and beliefs. Changing the narrative is extremely difficult. And so I'd be really interested in your perspective as kind of people who are brokering knowledge about how, you know, beyond just saying we'll have a short format, how you can try and change what can often be people's values and beliefs, which are part of their identity and quite difficult to shift. So thank you very much for this very stimulating conversation.
Thank you very much. My name is Justice Ketri Bakuntama from Migrant Labour General Workers Union International. Migrant Labour General Workers Union International promote access to labor justice, social protection, and decent work for migrant workers. We have a concern about the policy or labor migration policy in Ghana, and if not much Africa. This is one of the reasons why we are very serious going around this year, trying to liaise with the IRO and the Minister of Labor for review of national labor migration policy. We visited almost 5 regions, and I joined them at my own cost of accommodation or hotel. I'm expecting that as far as we, the Migrant Labour General Workers Union, concerned, for the welfare and the promotion of access to labor justice for the migrant workers, we are very much interested in this policy. So we propose that the next station or the next region should be in Sefi. That's the western of where currently we spot the area as abusing sending migrant. The agent is become the place, or this region become the current spotting region where the abusing migrant workers agents are sending, especially to our banned or Ghana banned Gulf states. All of us here, or most of us, know that in 2017 there was a ban. But we do not understand the reason why so-called the private registered employment agency are still sending our mothers, sisters, wife, domestic migrant or migrant domestic workers or potential domestic worker to this country to do the domestic work, while the ban is still in force. Okay. So in short, we want to know how best practices in this policy, whilst we are expecting the new one, the control or prevention at our borders, especially Accra International Airport. We all know that we have our national security enforcement officer to do this prevention. We are doing our best throughout the region, but it will sound a battle for us. The labor migration practices that we will go to the departure hall with our placard doing labor migration education to prevent potential migrant exit to Gulf. It is the duty of the officer that I cannot mention. They are all of our family. They are our family. You collaborate with them. But we cannot understand people, and even the potential migrants cannot speak for themselves. Agents are speaking on their behalf, paying the money. I cannot point question of armor. We learned, even the agent themselves confessed, 1,500 per potential migrant. Now they reduce it to 1,000 Ghana. So what are we doing to prevent our dear mothers, sisters, and wife who are, as soon as they exit, it becomes a poison for all of us. This one, last year, I was able to battle and repatriate this there. It's a message because of poverty some of us are facing in Africa, especially Ghana. He left to Saudi Arabia. After the death reported or the complaint reached us, and we have to battle. Otherwise, they are even buried. So I battle and repatriate the body.
Please do.
So in short, what we all, yes, I'm coming.
Short is a matter of definition.
Yes, the option, yes. We are appealing to the government and the stakeholders that as part of this policy is concerned, or the review of this policy, I'm appealing, we, the Migrant Labor General Workers Union International, appealing to the stakeholders and research, Ghana and this Gulf state, or they make sure that the prevention is in force so that you will be able to reserve the life, precious life of our sisters and mothers.
Good morning to everybody. I would like to say that I come from an institution where you do not bring your problem without a solution. And I think it's one of the aspects of migration, as I've been listening in here, it's an aspect of migration research that I think I find a slightly bit lacking. In that I know from when you do research, you go through your introduction, methodology, and everything, but at the end of it all, you do give recommendations to the problem statements that you have gone through the research about. My issue here is that when you're giving recommendation, are they implementable recommendations? Because you're looking at thinking into action. Now, if you're putting this research and data together, and these for the policymakers, yes, it's nice to find the policymakers and let them listen to you, but you're presenting it to them for them to formulate the policies. After the formulation of the policy, what next? They have to implement it. Now it stands to question who is supposed to implement it. So I feel that maybe some of the research is, with due respect, sometimes a little lacking, because you give recommendations, but are they implementable recommendations? And that means that these implementable recommendations will go into the policies. Professor Kandelege has attempted that with, he did the whole issue of putting together the various things he went through, and that I found like that's implementable. He put things together for them that the policy could eventually become an implementation. So that is what we're here to do. We're trying to bridge the gap, and that is one of the ways of bridging the gap. Do the research, but make sure you can give them recommendations they can work on. But if you're there, you do the research and say, okay, so we recommend this. and they are not implementable, the policymakers are going to say, okay, you want us to do the policy, but policy has to be implemented. So if we do the policy, how are we going to implement it? And it stands, I would say then that is the gap we also need to bridge.
Okay.
Because you are doing the thinking, the policymakers are doing the putting together. Who is going to do the doing?
Okay,
I come from an institution where that has to be done. So you have to figure out who is going to do the doing and bring them on board when you're doing your research. Because you're then going to find out, okay, what do you need to implement that? So I think that has to come. That involves bringing all the stakeholders in. That as much as the stakeholders involve the policy makers and the people who are going to make sure the policy goes through in government and everything. Find out who are those who are going to implement the policies and bring them on board, because then you have to put in the logistics they need to implement those policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have one more point here, and then we have to close, unfortunately. Edmute, you were? Okay, 2 points, and then...
Yeah, Edmute Alba, MIASA Fellow. First of all, thanks for this great panel and for the very illuminating discussion between policymakers and academics. I just want, as an academic, to make one point a little bit more complicated. It was several times said that the politics and also the funding is dominated by the European interests, but these are also not so homogeneous as it seems. I mean, there is, and many research has made it clear, also an interest for immigration from the side of Europe, which is quite often ignored in policies here.
Okay, thank you. At the very last, in the end, last question. Back there. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Eric. I work with the Office of the Head of the Civil Service. So the Office of the Head of the Civil Service is the institution in charge of overseeing ministries and departments in Ghana. Yeah, so there are just 3 things I want to touch on. The first is that I think that there indeed exists a gap between policy making and then its research and then policy making. But then the question I would like to ask is that should there necessarily be a gap? Because in the case where the policy maker is a researcher, or the researcher is in himself a policy maker, then no gap exists. The point I want to make is that we were lauding the Honorable Minister because she's a researcher. And then we think that by doing so, it is easier for her to translate her research into direct policies which benefit the entire country. What if the bureaucrats or those in the ministries and departments were actually, instead of research necessarily being brought to them, were actually trained in research to understand, to think that way? It would actually make the research they conduct be translated directly without maybe a third party coming in. And then even maybe to researchers, in the case where research has to come directly from academia, there are high-level research like RCT, where the researcher sort of pilots the work and shows the evidence for it. Instead of bringing it raw, this is my recommendation. The piloted work is easier to see and it's easier to adopt than just the research being brought. The second thing I also want to say is that one of the things we sometimes don't realize is that the ministries and departments have directorates that are responsible for research and information management, as in conducting research on behalf of the sector for adoption into policies. Now what happens is that if academic research comes from the outside, we forget that the ministries and departments have annual plans. And sometimes they even have 4-year plans as we adopt the sector national medium-term plan. So what happens is that when you bring that research, say in July, I've conducted research, it says this. We forget that sometimes their plates are full, even for 4 years ahead of time. So when that policy cannot be translated directly into implementable actions, we say they don't listen. It's not the case. I think that a better way is for the research organization or academia to actually partner with these internally integrated directorates that are responsible for research, so that their research is easily adopted into the system instead of being outside and then championing it inside. And then the final thing I want to say is that because there was a mention of maybe the policymakers are not here. Well, it's true that maybe the policy champions are not here, but the policy formulators, which is the civil service, which are the technocrats, those who do the analysis and so the minister says, we want to feed children. That's all he says. The people who go back, do the research, put it into a policy are actually the civil service. They put the policy and bring it then for approval. So I think that if the academia also learns to work well with them, it becomes easier because they're already in the stream. So it becomes easier for the policies to be implemented. Thank you.
Very good point. So I told you in the beginning, it's not true that Germans are good with times. Unfortunately, I was right. So I might get a C- from Prof here. But it's about connecting here, this event, right? So we have a health break now. So you can ask these excellent minds over a coffee or a cocoa, ask them more questions. Give a big hand once more to everybody. Thank you for your patience and some announcements.
Of applause for our wonderful chair and the speakers as well. So in the spirit of we being in a hurry to go for a coffee break, let's do some quick exercise. So yesterday, as part of celebrating our anniversary, we did acknowledge some partners, and today we are privileged to have some wonderful partners as well with us and want to acknowledge their presence. So in Africa, we have 3 prominent centers for study of migration. We do have the African Center for Migration and Society in South Africa. We have the American University of Cairo as well. And then we have our very own Center for Migration. Today we are privileged to have the director for CMS, Professor Jo Vary, in our presence, and want to acknowledge her presence. Please, a round of applause for her, Professor Jo Vary. Thank you, Prof. We also want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Luther Smith, who has been with the center from the very beginning. In fact, he was part of the supervisory team for the first cohort of PhDs. So please, a round of applause for Professor Luther Smith. Thank you, Prof. We also have Professor Joseph Mensah. For those of us who have been in the center, if your thesis is submitted, I don't know if you are like me, but you pray for your examiner. And when I got to meet Professor Joseph Mensah, I was like, oh, I've prayed for this man without him knowing. Please, let's acknowledge his presence, an external examiner who has been with the center for so long. Thank you, Prof. We do acknowledge the presence of Professor Kathy Theo from Carleton as well. Professor Kathy, thank you so much for being with us. We also have Professor David Ferran, who has also been with us. So please, let's acknowledge his presence. Professor Ferran, please. Thank you. We do acknowledge the presence of Professor Oliver Baker, who has also been a key partner in research. Professor Oliver, we are grateful for your presence. Beckwell, sorry. Professor Beckwell, thank you. Yes, he has been with us as a key partner in research for the past 20 years as well. We do acknowledge the presence of every partner, every contributor, organization, individual who has for the past 20 years, interfaculty, faculty members, staff, and administration. For the past 20 years, CMS is as it is because of your contribution. We acknowledge that very much. Thank you. Please, as we prepare for coffee break, once again, we can't go without giving this message out. So a big congratulations to our own director. We congratulate you on achieving full professorship. We also, yes, we are looking forward to the celebratory party. We also acknowledge Professor Tel Kojo, who is also our interfaculty. I don't know if Professor Tel Kojo is here. We congratulate him so much for attaining full professorship as well. Please, we are looking forward for the party, so we are hoping for the invites. I'll leave it to my co-MC to take over from here. A quick run-up before we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. So please, because of time, we will transition straight into our parallel sessions right after the coffee break. We have just 15 minutes. The first group will be at the main auditorium, and the second group will also converge at the seminar room 1, first floor. So 15 minutes for for our health break, and then we move straight into the parallel sessions. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
if I speak this way and this volume, it's okay? Oh, I need to increase it. Okay. So from this, and this one is okay? Okay, okay, perfect.
Hello? Hello? Hello. All right, thank you very much. And I'd like to welcome all of you back to the parallel session. We have 3 presentations in this session. We have the first presentation by Dr. Femida Rabani, and then Professor Mary Setrana would also present. Dr. Thomas Yeboah, Dr. Johnson Wilson Apia, and Mrs. Gifty Sarkodie Ponsa would also do a presentation. And the final presentation would be from Elizabeth Adetola Umo. But before we resume or we begin the session, I would like to hand over the microphone to our respected chair, Professor Joseph Mensah. Prof, are you ready? Okay, so please, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I would just want to say thanks for making yourself available for the session. We're just going to have, the time we have is about 1 hour, 30 minutes. So the speakers will each speak for about 20 minutes. Okay, then we have the discussant. We have a total of 15, 20 minutes to react to all the papers. Okay, and then we leave the rest of the time for the public to get involved. Okay, so that is our arrangement. So why don't we just right away zip into it so that we don't waste much time. Famida, are you ready? Okay, it's your turn.
I want to use this one. Yeah, maybe we can. So still we have good morning, not good afternoon. Okay, so good morning everyone and Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Before we start anything, I just want to share something. It's something very related today. I'm just thinking about this since early morning. My father migrated 20 or 25 years ago. And because of that migration, today I'm standing in front of you and talking about those people. So I think it's a great opportunity for me. Alhamdulillah, I'm very happy for this. That because of that migration, they put themselves in trouble, they put themselves in discomfort, but they provided for us that life, that livelihood, that we got education, and today I'm standing and representing those people. So I think it's a privilege for me today. And today, I think I should have the other mic also, but okay. So actually, I use and move my hands. Okay. So today we are going to talk about decentering the migrant health debate, the weight of elsewhere. So we need to think about in a different way, in a different perspective about migrants and their health. So that is very important. So we are going to identify different health knowledge gaps in current education system and current research, what is available now. And the main population is South Asian people, informal migrants, South Africa, Johannesburg. So this is the main thing. And there is a background also I just want to tell you, because I did my PhD about informal recyclers, and it was in Johannesburg. So it was very important, and it is very important to tell you and share you this thing, that during my research I realized that many of them, they were facing health issues also, but it was like urban livelihood, and we were focusing on how they are accessing health, not healthcare services, like their everyday life. So it was very important, and I observed that thing, that they were having different health challenges also. And apart from this, these health challenges also, they were having some burdens. They discussed something like they are carrying some burdens, they have some weights. So when I connected dots and different ideas, so I realized that they are keeping these burdens of belonging, burdens of nationalism and transnationalism, And then I realized that they are living here, but they physically here, but they are connected somewhere else. So that's why I chose this, the weight of elsewhere. So now majority of you will be more clear. Weight of elsewhere means they're carrying the burden of somewhere else. Not transnationalism, that's something different. That's just like obligations. But here we're talking about the burdens now. So, and my name is Fahmida Kudus-Ravani, and I am a postdoc researcher at Wits University. And thank you so much, Wits University. Thank you so much, my professors, my host, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you so much, Ghana University also, for accepting my abstract. So today I am here with this idea, which they accepted, to present South Asian people, and according to the migration and health perspective. Okay. So migration and health research in Africa has gone a lot. So this is quite a reality that a couple of years and couple of decades, it's 2 decades now, that there is a lot of research about Asian, African people, but the main problem is there is a lot of research. People are doing, researchers are doing, but majority of them, they are doing research on intra-migration, internal migration in Africa. So the main problem is the focus is on intra-African migration. Non-African migrants often ignored. So this is the problem. So this is, South Asian migrants are visible in life. They are giving us services, we are availing, and but the thing is they are invisible in research and policy. So this is the main problem of this research. So this creates a knowledge gap. So because of this knowledge gap, so we cannot help, or maybe we cannot translate policy as well. So there will be policies gap also, and then eventually there is a practice or practitioner gap also. So shops are, that's I gave example just to make it more clear that shops are visible, but health needs of these shopkeepers are invisible. So that's why this is very important. So Okay. So this research is going to address the gap by the new concept of weight of elsewhere. So this is a new concept. Before this, there were research. They discuss about transnationalism or transnational obligations. So that's something different. That's something about responsibilities. So that is something like we are talking about, okay, so people migrated, they have families, and then they have, but now we are discussing about burdens also. The way these people keep these connections, but they are fulfilling their duties, delaying their health, but fulfilling someone's, because this is a conceptual paper, but new way of thinking. So we often have research and policy, but not connected well. So that's why this research is going to help to fulfill this gap also. And policy makers will also, because the developing process of the policy also, so it will be helpful for that. Then it will directly link research, policy and practice. So that's why this will be very helpful to use the lens of the weight of elsewhere. Okay, intersectionality, so, and then transnational obligation, then support of family, then structure vulnerability, then decision shape. So intersectionality, it will help me to understand, because informal migrants from South Asia, I am not going to take them as one, as homogeneous, because I understand that they are from the same category. But when I said informal migrants, so it means I narrowed down the research. I am only going to work on these people, their lived experiences. So that's why this is very important. Intersectionality will help me to understand how their status, documents, legal status, and their gender, or maybe different country status, how this is affecting them to avail their healthcare services. So how this is affecting that. So transnational obligations, their connection with their hometowns, it's a very important thing. Like people are living here, but they have connection there, and it is affecting their life where they are living now. And then they have to support their families, they have to send the money, but how they are sending money, how they are earning money, this is very important. And what are they doing? If I am giving you, I just want to give you example to understand. Like if I am giving you a service, if I am teaching your children, if I am helping you how to get admission at this university or how to avail this thing or this. So at the end, if I say I'm sick and you say don't care, I don't care. So that's, now you will understand the situation of South Asian people also. Like they are giving you services, they are giving us services in that area. But at the end, we need to understand what challenges they are facing, what health challenges, and why are they not availing the available health services also. That's also very important. So structural vulnerability also, that's fall under the intersectionality also, like sometimes they feel excluded because of different structures or different social aspects of the society also. Then decision, so at the end, these theoretical frameworks are helping me to say that decisions are shaped by pressure. They are not neglecting to have these services. They are shaped by pressure. So they are not workers here, they are not informal migrants here in this area, they are also a provider in another country. So that's a main thing to understand. They have those pressures to provide in another country also. Okay, so the main population is South Asian migrants in South Africa and then city Johannesburg. And then what are they facing in those areas? They have insecurity, unstable income, because they don't have permanent jobs. They are informal migrants. They have shops, barber, food providers, maybe cooking, maybe plumber shop. So they have these electricians and this type of different professions. So living condition is also, it's like, so it's the precarious living situations also, then exclusion and risk also. Suddenly there will be wave of xenophobia and then they will be lost with everything, and then they have to rebuild from scratch, they have to rebuild their shops again. So they have constant risks also, they have constant exclusion also from the system, but still they are providing services. So that's why, and then apart from all these, they have transnational obligations also. So that's why it's very important that these transnational obligations, they are taking it like a pressure, because they have to provide somewhere. So this all context is giving us this information that because of this, they are delaying the healthcare access. They are not neglecting, that they are not affecting, or the perception is they don't care, so we need to shift it. They delayed it because of the pressure. So missing one day for them from the work is like a loss, because even if they are sick, even they have to approach doctors, they won't be able to do that, because then who is going to do that work for them? Who is going to run their shops for them? So that's why it's very difficult for them to miss even a one day. So they will neglect their health, they will delay it, or maybe they have to send that money. Sometimes it's about cost also. They have to send that money to their hometowns for the family also. So they have some burdens, they have different series of obligations, they need to fulfill that. So that's why it is also affecting cost and delaying because of the burden, because that's an economic pressure also, that's a social pressure also, that's a weight of elsewhere. So the weight of elsewhere is affecting this way their life. So that's why they are delaying healthcare services, and healthcare services are shaped by, not by choice, but these pressures. So we assume like they don't go hospitals immediately, but what they do self-medications. So they just want to avail, they just want to achieve whatever they have, they want to treat themselves, they don't want to immediately approach hospitals, sometime because of cost, and then I already mentioned that sometime because of economic pressure and those things also. So working under pressure, then this is the analysis, like ignoring their symptoms that eventually for longer periods, for extended period of time, affecting their health. So that is something like they ignore those moments or those symptoms for that time, but for extended period of time, it become a very serious disease, or they cannot neglect that. And delay healthcare, okay, stopping work, failure, responsibility, that's we discussed now. And then delay health healthcare, like, okay, let me earn first and then I will go back to the hospital when I will see that it's now necessary. I can't avoid it now. And then health, secondary to survival. So that's the thing, like they feel whatever they're earning, they need to spend it on someone. They can delay it. They can ignore their health. They can just push it. So that's the main thing. That's why there is a gap. The researchers, policymakers, practitioners, they need to understand there are different pressures. So that's why they are not availing available health services. So after this, I hope that we are not going to take delay as the negligence of informal recyclers or informal migrants, and it's shaped by pressure, obligations. The weight of elsewhere is very important. They are carrying that weight, and choosing between responsibilities. They have to choose their health, cost, responsibility, family, or what. So that's why it's very important that it is being shaped by different pressures. And this research is going to help us to understand that there is something with current frameworks. We need to think about that current frameworks, health frameworks, or migration frameworks are not working for this specific population group. So that's why, so they need to include these migrants in their research. So introduce new concepts. So I am introducing weight of elsewhere. So we should have these new lens now to understand the needs of these migrants. Then we need to shift behavior from they neglected and then we need to say now they delayed because of the pressure. So understanding their situation is very important, because this is going to help us to understand, to help us to reschedule or maybe polish the current situation or current policies and current structure of the practitioners also, healthcare providers also. So this will help us to rethink the concept according to the weight of elsewhere, that they are not neglecting something. It's about delaying because of those pressures. Okay, so migration framework focus on access and barriers. So now we are going to give them a new lens to think about, like something is delayed because of pressure. So now they need to think about it. It's not about only access. It's not about the barriers. Now there is a new way of thinking to think about the delaying. Why this specific population is delaying? They are not neglecting something. They are not. So that's who is reshaping their healthcare decisions. So this is very important. So so need to decenter thinking, missing perspective. So this is the important thinking perspective now in research and for developing policies also, and for practitioners also, to understand and schedule things according to their needs of South Asian informal migrants. And health systems see this delay, but not but not the reasons. The reason is they are dealing with different types of pressures. The reason is they are having different responsibilities. The reason is they have list of things they need to do, and after that there is a new list of obligations in their other countries also. That's why they are delaying the healthcare services. It's going back. Okay, let me get the correct slide now. Just 1 minute. I think it was working backward. Okay, so let's say policy implications. So need migrants aware health system also. This is very important to understand these type of pressures, these type of obligations for the researchers also, for policymakers also, for practitioners also, to understand, to adjust them and to adjust this type of population in healthcare services. So this must be flexible, inclusive policies, so which can understand South Asian people also. So understand migrants migrant live reality. So this is from the lived realities also, because we did a research in another area that was for another research question, another argument. And then I realized that majority of these people, they were facing, and they mentioned it and for other questions. So that's why I can't just quote those that data, but I just want to tell you that from other two research, I realized that they are facing and they are having those burdens now. So how we are going to deal it, because they said that, so I want to do this, so that's why I want to delay this, because I have opportunity to choose between this and this, so I will choose the pressure I have, I will choose the obligations I have. So that's why this is very important to understand, because other two research, they revealed it, so that's why it was compulsory to do another specific narrow down research about South Asian informal migrants to understand that how this is affecting and how this is affecting and maybe reshaping their healthcare decisions. So it will help us to understand. Okay, so at the end I will say that migrants, they do not neglect healthcare services. They want to achieve, they want to avail these services, and there are different constraints, there are different pressures which affect their healthcare decisions. And decisions shaped by obligations, the weight of elsewhere, I already explained this. This is the main lens we need to understand. From these lens we need to see informal migrants, and this will help us to have more flexible policies, more flexible schedules of practitioners also, healthcare services also, and it will help to have, and we need to include them in a system, because they are giving us services but they are invisible in our research and policies. So transnational pressure matters. So this is very important, that transnational obligations and pressures. So this is something very important to understand for researchers. So there is more research needed to understand how we need to deal with this issue. Thank you so much. Was timely?
Thank you so much, Omila. So the next speaker will be, it's a team of scholars, but I think Dr. Thomas Appiah, you are representing them, right? So you have to.
Okay, so good morning, and thanks for choosing to stay in this panel. It suggests that our papers might be interesting for you, so it's good to know that you chose to be here and not there. Okay, so what I'm going to present is a paper that is still being developed from a project that Professor Setrena herself is leading, which is forced displacement in the West African sub-region. So data collection has been done, and we are learning certain things from the data, which I want to highlight an aspect of it, and that has to do with the perceptions and experiences of gender-based violence, safety and rights among persons who have been forcibly displaced in West Africa. So we know that when it comes to forced migration or forced displacement, it's a major issue, and globally around 170 million people were displaced, and many are living in very protracted kind of displaced settings for very long time period. And when you look at the literature on forced displacement, there is this very dominant narrative that persons who experience displacement, issues that has to do with violation of their rights, gender-based violence, and their safety is always at risk. That is non-contentious in the literature. It is very, very dominant view in the literature. And when we set out to write this paper, in fact, we were much more influenced by that kind of thinking or narrative, that when it comes to gender-based violence, especially for displaced persons, It's more of the norm because we know that they are one of the most highly vulnerable populations or subgroup of people living in society. So we were very much preoccupied by that kind of notion. So we wanted to find out, based on the work that is being done, whether is that same situation kind of applied to the participants that we collected the data from. So we were keen to know their own perception and experiences when it comes to violence, when it comes to rights, and then safety. And these are some frameworks that is guiding the work, that the paper that we are writing. I wouldn't want to spend much time here, but the social comparison theory talks about how individuals evaluate their own situations relative to their prior experiences. So currently, if I'm I previously was not displaced, my sense of safety in the previous location and my current location, how I kind of compare both to be able to make a sense of judgment when it comes to my perception or experiences of displacement. And then also we have the resilience framework, which talks about displaced persons not being just victims, but also they are active agents who can shape their own lives in the most advantageous ways. And then the perceptual or experiential framework, which talks about the resources that people, vulnerable people or highly vulnerable people may draw on to be able to make sense of their own relationship or, improve upon their lives. So the work is being done in 4 countries in West Africa: Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. But for this paper, we are drawing on data from 3 countries where this research took place. It's only Nigeria that is not included in this paper. So this is the methodology in terms of the study sites and then the sample that were, the displaced population that were sampled in each of the countries. And the study sites across each of the countries and some of the contextual issues when it comes to displaced situation. We know that Ghana is a very stable host country for refugees, especially those from Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, and other countries in the sub-region. And then for Liberia, we know that this civil war, 2 devastating civil wars which happened, led to displacement of a lot of people. And then for Sierra Leone, the civil war that also happened had also had implications for displacement. So the sample for each country, for Ghana is 493, and for Liberia and Sierra Leone is 500 each. So the study actually is a mixed method study, and it combines data from both quantitative and qualitative data. So these are the snapshot of the set of interviews and then quantitative survey questionnaire that were administered to people with persons who have been displaced, including both refugees and those who have been displaced internally. In terms of demographics, the sample is fairly distributed between both male and female. And then also for educational attainment, we see that those with no formal education seems to be a bit high, especially for Liberia and Sierra Leone. But for Ghana, we see that those with senior high school education seems to kind of predominate or be the dominant educational attainment for people. So because of the influence with which the literature portrays them, we were very much interested in, when it comes to access to public spaces. Interestingly, almost all of them, 93% of everyone surveyed, said that they have access to public spaces. So public spaces such as markets, public spaces such as school, playgrounds, where they can engage in social activities. The vast majority are saying that they have access to such spaces. And the percentages are also very high across the 3 countries. And when you break it down also by IDP and refugee status, we see that the percentages are quite still high. we asked them about discrimination, whether they felt, ever since they moved to their present location, whether they've ever felt discriminated against. And if you look at the pie chart there, more than half, slightly a little above, have said that no, they have never experienced any discrimination, which is very much contrary to what we know in literature, that persons who are on the move, especially forced displaced people, this is something that is part and parcel of their lives. But the distribution vary across the different countries, and Sierra Leone and Ghana, that is where we have the vast majority saying that they have never experienced discrimination, and it tends to be relatively lower in Liberia. We asked them whether they perceive that the laws of the country in which they find themselves are applied equally, irrespective of your status, whether you are a refugee, a migrant, or a native of that destination where they were. And there as well, we see that around 83.1% are saying that yes, they believe that the laws are applied equally. This is coming from the respondents themselves. And it's also very high across the 3 countries as well. When it comes to perception of whether their rights are protected, again, we see that the vast majority affirm that. And there is an interesting quotation from one of the female IDP that we interviewed in Sierra Leone, where she mentioned that our rights are respected, yet the community's leaders made it clear from the beginning that we are welcome and that our rights will be protected. No one has ever come to chase us away or take what is ours. We feel human here. And this for me is very interesting, especially in a displaced context where what the dominant narrative has been that when it comes to people's rights, it has always been abusive kind of right. Their rights are always abused when it comes to their life in displaced settings. And then perceptions of safety, again, here we see that the percentages are also very high. Many of them perceive that they feel either very safe or somewhat safe in the context in which they are living. And that is a quotation from one female in Accra, Ghana here. And we try to kind of learn about where they seem to say that their rights have not been abused. And we were interested to finding out what are the sources of information about their rights. And the dominant ones that came up has been media. So in the qualitative study, we realized that most of them now have access to smartphones. And most of them are learning more about the fact that, yes, they are displaced, but that doesn't give anybody rights to kind of abuse them, where they find themselves, especially when they are not causing any harm to anyone. They know that their rights can be protected. So the media is one source of their own information about their rights, and then peer networks, and then social media, and then advocacy organizations that are kind of trying to advocate for the rights of these people when it comes to gender-based violence, when it comes to their rights and their safety. It's one medium through which they also learn about their rights. And one thing that is running through the qualitative data, which I didn't put here, so we were like, why are we seeing, why is our data not conforming to the dominant narrative that gender-based violence, abuse, discrimination is more of the norm in displaced contexts? And what we are learning from the qualitative data is that, one, they are becoming more aware because of the work of advocacy of organizations. Two, we are also learning that when it comes to their rights, they were telling us across the 3 countries that perpetrators of these violence, perpetrators of these rights abuse, are now becoming more aware that if they kind of abuse someone in displaced context, they know mediums that they can report such people to. for them to be kind of taken on, or for the law enforcement agencies to deal with them. So it is kind of reorienting people, and it kind of placing in the minds of people that you can't just abuse anyone for abusing the person's sake. And then also, especially at the household level, the women were telling us that their partners are also learning about the need to desist from gender-based violence and abuse that happens at the household level, especially in the context where people now have information about mediums and channels where they can channel their grievances to, for their rights to be protected. So based on this, what we are seeing is that we are not in any way saying that when it comes to gender-based violence, when it comes to abuse of the rights of persons who have been displaced, we are not saying that it doesn't happen. It does happen. But the context within which it happens matters most. It is not a wholesale kind of situation where anyone who is displaced experiences is more of the norm, that it's like 1 + 1 is 2. The fact that you are displaced equals right abuse. It's not that way. Indeed, a lot go through these right abuse, if all go through gender-based violence. But when we are assessing such situations, we need to take into the context within which their lives are domiciled. Thank you.
So now we move on to our third speaker. If you look at the program, the paper itself is written by 2 ladies. But here we have a metamorphosis happening, and a male is the one presenting. So I just want you to know that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Elizabeth Umo, who is not here. It's my co-researcher. So I'm going to make the presentation on her behalf, because I need to re-echo it so that when the questions are coming, you will not be disappointed. Okay, so the paper talks about universities as brokers and agents of epistemic justice migration studies, case of African Center for Migration and Society in South Africa. Recently, if you look deeply and search very well, you will see that most African universities, they now have migration center from Ghana to South Africa and Nigeria, because that is where the money is coming in from the Western country. There are a lot of funding going to migration research. So as a result of it, we have many centers in Africa. So today I'm going to focus on one of the leading migration center in Africa, talking about the African Center for Migration and Society, which is situated at Wits University in South Africa. The paper examined the role of the university as brokers, as trying to enforce justice, talking about letting the voices of migrants to be heard. Okay, this is just the paper presentation. The data was through document analysis and report, policy paper, and output from the Migration Center. And more importantly, there were some interviews conducted by Elizabeth Umo with some of the migrants. And the reason why this center is very important and always be at the leading point of migration is that in recent time there have been issue of xenophobic violence. If you have followed the media, you see that a few days ago there was a xenophobic violence against someone from Ghana, which has gone viral. In 2008, there was xenophobic violence. 2015, the same thing occurred, and this has continued to be a problem. So this center plays a crucial role in documenting xenophobic attack, in documenting research on migration. So I'm going to look at, number one, the role of this university center in South Africa. what role do they play in terms of production of knowledge in migration. And then reading through the paper, I'm going to raise a question which we are going to discuss together as I continue with the paper presentation. Okay, this section explains the role of university as talking about the migration center. Number one, they carry out research on migration, collecting data, documentary experience, and developing theories, and it also mobilize knowledge, sharing of information, and interpretation of data. Okay, this section explains a little bit about what the African Migration Center in Wits University, what they are involved in knowledge production. This section talks about the overview of the center. Number one, the research and documentation. You can see talking about they are the leading research institute in Africa. From the best of my knowledge, they are ahead because they have a strong structure when it comes to research in migration. In 2018, I visited the center for research. I spoke with some of the professors. So they have a very good structure of the center. So they conduct research and documentation, and where the main discussion will be this afternoon, talking about monitoring and early warning system, because the issue of xenophobic violence has become a daily, yearly issue. So this center devised a mechanism whereby migrants can report where there is a xenophobic violence in their community and so on. So we are going to ask a question: who benefits from this data? Of course, the collection of data for research is capital intensive. But in a situation where there is xenophobic attack or violence in a community, and there is a mechanism for data to be collected, these data are collected by the center, analyzed, and published also. This output generates a lot of funding, generates grant for the university, which is very good. But it raised a question for the migrants. What is the role of the migrants who supply data constantly in this situation? Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Talking about the method or the mechanism of this center, they have a methodological tool called XenoWatch, which is from the word xenophobia. In 2015, when there was constant xenophobic attack in Durban, in Pretoria, in Cape Town, a lot of policymakers came up with different suggestions and so on. But this center was able to develop a tool called XenoWatch, whereby migrants can report in their community when there is violence and so on. Okay, this is a clear example how the XenoWatch is. You can see the information there. There is an email for the migrants or the migrant community to report when there is violence or when there is attack and so on. So we have their mobile number through a WhatsApp call and so on. So they give this information to the center. Of course, the center also help the community by channeling the information to policymakers, to security operative and so on. But the key question is still, what does migrant benefit when supplying data? Because for this center, even though they've done a lot of research, availability of data is always available. Because when there is no xenophobic attack, there is issue of discrimination, issue of denial of access to healthcare. I think a few weeks ago in South Africa, some women were denied, some pregnant women were denied access to health care because they were regarded as foreigners who are draining the resources. And this also extends to the schools, to the primary schools, whereby some people make a blockage at the entrance of schools, preventing foreigners and children from accessing education, claiming that there is a limit of space for the citizens. So all these issues make it important for this center to have a structure, a platform, whereby the migrants can pass their message and their voice can be heard. This center adopts 3 approaches that challenge traditional research. Number 1, they have the citizen science, whereby the migrants and communities are not just subjects. They help to collect data, tell their stories, and shape the research. But for me, the question is, after they have told their stories, what happened next? Looking at the issue of xenophobia attack in South Africa in 2015, when there were different, all the embassies, the Ghanaian embassies, the Nigerian embassies, the Kenyan embassy, they all met with the South African government, and it was announced that this will be the last time something of this nature will happen. But we have seen it has occurred over the years. So this center used 3 approaches. Number 1, the citizens science, whereby the migrants and community are not just subjects, they are participants. Number 2, it's of the colonial approaches, where this question dominant method of Western Europe, whereby the indigenous knowledge is regulated to the background. Okay, the key findings from this research of Elizabeth Umar is that power is negotiated, whereby universities often hold authority, but migrant and community are pushing to have their voice equally recognized. And this re-echo what I said at the beginning, whereby the migrants provide the data. The migrant provide the data, while the center also help the migrants in terms of providing information, providing immigration assistance, also informing government on different policy. But again, after this data are delivered and is analyzed and is published, whose name is on the publication? Definitely not the migrants. Definitely is going to be the professor. Then who will have the grant? Is the researchers, not the migrants. So this issue is one of the things that the researcher Elizabeth Umar discovered, that some of the migrants going through different articles in the newspaper and in the publication, they can see their interview, even though their names are not written, but the credit goes to the professor, not the migrant. That is another question for migrant voice when it comes about production of knowledge in migration. Again, she emphasized that when communities are included, their testimonies are often treated as evidence for external audience, not as intellectual contributors. They are not included in terms of acknowledgement, in terms of award, and so on. So the narratives are formed, but the way the migration is talked about, it depends on who is telling the story. Who is telling the story? Definitely the researchers. So again, the key findings emphasize that the locally grounded knowledge is produced. That is, the lived experience of migrant and xenophobic experience from migrants shape more accurate and meaningful knowledge. Because these are lifetime experience whereby they are being shared to the researchers. Another key finding is emphasize that universities are not just neutral producers of migration knowledge, they are also powerful gatekeepers and facilitators. However, the paper argues that there is need for a shift about making knowledge production more inclusive, fair, and grounded in life experience, at the same time maintaining academic quality. Another key findings from Elizabeth Moore emphasize that there is need to define and to answer key questions. Number one, who controls the narratives? Who owns the data? Who owns the data? The data reported by migrants who perhaps being in a situation of trauma, in a situation of being attacked or being helpless. Who owns the data? Who benefits from the research? All these initiatives claim to empower migrants. They may also reinforce the issue of panellistic structures, whereby migrants contribute raw data while the institution gain recognition. Because the recognition will always go to the publisher, not to the informant or participant. This raises another question again. Who benefits from this data? Of course, many of us, we are researchers. You know what it will cost you if you are going to gather data from 40 participants or 50. But in this situation, whereby there is a XenoWatch tools, whereby researchers can be in their office and migrants are in the field, and they send text messages of what is going on. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, now this also explains more, because from Elizabeth's paper, she tried to articulate the same thing, still asking question that yes, it's good, migrant participation in migration production is a very good shift. But however, participation does not equate to ownership, because ownership of data is crucial. She emphasized also that migrants, from the interview she conducted, they appreciated the XenoWatch, a tool for safety and visibility, whereby information is shared and the center and through the center structure, they are able to communicate to security apparatus to help migrants to be in safety. So they appreciate this tool. However, they felt that the real control over how their testimony are used are determined by the researchers. Many describe themselves as data providers, not decision makers. A common challenge in participatory projects, migrants and other marginalized community may appreciate being part of data collection or telling their story, but they often felt that their participation does not equate to ownership or control how the story is being told. Secondly, she emphasized institutional gatekeeping remains strong, because the center, the researcher in the center, control verification rules. They verify if the information is true. They also determine categorization of migrants. At the same time, they determine which stories should be analyzed. When should it be published? This confirms the gap between data contribution and narrative control. This also re-echo what I've said earlier on, talking about ownership of information. You know, talking about data collection from situation whereby there is a constant crisis or xenophobic attack in a place whereby there are people living in a community, which means that there will always be information coming for the center. So who benefits from this information? She emphasized also that there is debate over ownership, whereby the community also felt that there is need for them to be recognized. That is, when there is publication, there will be a section whereby they say, data from this research was from Ghanaian community in Durban or from Nigerian community in Pretoria. There's an argument over being included. Okay, this explains more that the XenoWatch data benefits institution more than the community. So let me quickly conclude. In conclusion, the African Center for Migration and Society in South Africa have tried to, through the lens of expedited justice, to include local voices, experience, and knowledge in terms of migration and production of knowledge. However, it is crucial to answer the question of data. Who controls the data? Who controls the narrative? And lastly, who benefits from such research? Thank you.
Yeah, so you go to the discussant. Yeah, so you take them one at a time.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much to all three presenters. We heard three extremely interesting presentation of and empirical studies. I got a lot of, starting points for discussion and analysis. So I will just pick 2 or 3 of them because I know that we don't have enough time. I will try to be quick, maybe 10 minutes, and then to leave the floor to the audience. So I will start with the last presentation that exposed the fact that universities, research centers, and researchers as such, we are not neutral, so the research of the migration phenomenon is not neutral act. And it's not be seen as that. Regarding all what you said, I would like to introduce the meaning and the role of the reflexivity. So during my 25 years of experience in doing empirical research, especially with migrant children, but also with migrant women and so on, I faced very similar, challenges you mentioned, and I really do agree with all what you said. So it's not that I'm, opposite to your ideas and reflections and starting points, but I think that maybe you can use this reflexivity to, avoid some of the challenges you mentioned. Because I believe that reflexivity is really powerful tool for us as a researcher to diminish a power of the researcher versus informants. Then secondly, the reflexivity reduce reproduction of Eurocentrism or Western centrism. And I do truly believe that with reflexivity, we can get data that reflect reality as much as possible. Of course, we can never, reflect the data 100% as they are in reality, but we try to go there. What I mean by reflexivity, just shortly to explain myself. I think by reflexivity, I mean different things. One thing is, for example, that I must reflect on myself as a researcher. What is my positionality? This means that I must ask myself, what is my social position? What is my emotional position? For example, I myself, I'm from Slovenia. I'm female, of middle age. It is important whether I'm immigrant myself or not. So all these things influence on what I choose as a research topic, which type of method I choose, how I use it, how I interpret data, how I analyze data, and so on. And during this auto-reflexivity and reflexivity of the whole research team, we should be as honest as possible. This means that we must really reflect which method we use, how, why, where maybe this method missed to catch, the reality. Then how we interpret data, how we present them, to what extent we really, want to hear what they are saying us, our informants, or to what extent we are just, picking up what we need for our excellent paper, to show ourselves. So I truly believe that, of course, this reflexivity will not solve all your problems and our problems, but I think it's a good tools that can diminish some problems you mentioned in your paper. So I will move now to the second paper. Is about the gender-based violence and discrimination. Thank you very much for this paper and results. I was listening very carefully with very big interest. I must say that I was, dealing in my previous research also with gender-based violence quite a lot, not only in relation to migrants, but migrant women and in relation to migrant context, but also within, general population. Therefore, the results really surprised me a lot. From my experience, but you said this is the mainstreaming, but nevertheless, the violence and discrimination is out there, usually is much higher than is reflected through the... And also, usually the data show that when we are talking about the violence and discrimination in the migration context, the picture is even more complex and nuanced. So, I truly believe that usually, when we are talking about the migration, the intersection of migration and violence and discrimination, we are usually facing not only double deprivilegation in relation to gender and the violation and discrimination, but multi-faced discrimination. It very strongly connect also to the age, to the ethnicity, religion, and so on. Usually it is that the results, so not usually, the results show that usually the displacement only deepen and expose violence practices and patriarchal structures that are already there. Another thing that came on my mind is that there is always the lack of institutional support, or at least limitation of institutional support to the victims of discrimination, gender-based violence, and so on. It is really important, I really like this last point you also mentioned, the agency versus victimization. It is true that especially in Western research, displaced women, but also children and men are most often portrayed as victims, and that we not recognize their agency, their power, their survival strategies, and so on. Now, if I'm very concrete about your research, I would just suggest maybe some small things. I would like to know more about the sample. Maybe all these things influences the results. They are indeed, showing us completely other picture than we are used to. So maybe, your team can reflect a little bit on, how you choose your sample, that, the results are reflecting such a specific, results. Then it's really important that we understand very well what our informants understand as violence and discrimination. This is also very, very intercultural perceptions, Sometimes in some cultures they don't perceive something as discrimination or violence. In some other countries this is already treated as violence. So the highest is awareness, usually the highest is a number, and the numbers in the perception and in the evidence of the discrimination and violence. And thirdly, it is really important when you are researching, not only immigration, situation, but, among all, that it's really important to be very careful what the informants are telling us. Not only what they are telling us, but what they are not telling us. So to be very, very tensions, what they are trying to hide, about what they are not willing to talk and why they are not willing to talk about this. And this is even more true when we are talking about so personal and emotional things as discrimination, as violence, and so on. So this is about the second. Now we'll move to the third. Thank you very much for the third presentation. I was really enjoying it. The third paper exposed that we must always consider intersectionality, context, and structural vulnerabilities when we are talking about not the ignorance about our own health, but about the delay. I really like your introduction of a new concept, weight of elsewhere. It is true that, our Western perspective introduced mostly the view that we are focusing mostly on this institutional level. We are usually and most of the time just not seeing individual stories, individual contexts and specifics of these individual stories and contexts. But we must be aware that, rather than individual solution, of course, we must search structural solutions. What we find out until now, is the idea of this migration-sensitive healthcare system that must be more flexible, faster, to give us faster access to the basic care, to give us more information to the migrants, where, how, when they can access the healthcare, support in a more supportive way. To have fewer administrative barricades and so on. So with in one sentence, in one word, we should reduce the tension between the health and the work. Because this is actually the problem, as you mentioned several times, workers know that they are not well, but they don't search doctors because if they will not work that day, they will not receive the wage, and so on and so on. I think you should put maybe a little bit more reflection and emphasize on the solution. So how your concept of weight of elsewhere is, driving us toward this solution, and what this solution is, and how it's differentiating for already existing solutions. So very quickly, thank you very much to all of Rion.
Thank you very much. So the floor is now open to the audience. Go ahead. Do you have a microphone? You wanna?
Thank you very much. My name is Anastasia and I'm a PhD researcher from the University of Leicester. Thank you to all the presenters for your insightful presentations. My question, though, specifically to Thomas. Very interesting paper and obviously extremely interesting findings. I was just curious, what do you put down to as a reason for that sort of very major kind of discrepancy in what your findings show versus what is in the literature? Is it due to that literature being out of date? Is it due to a lack of data? And also, generally, in terms of authorship, where is the majority of the literature coming from? Would you say it's mostly from the global north or otherwise? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Indeed, we ourselves as authors, we were very shocked when we ran the data and the numbers we were seeing, because, like I said, we were expecting that the numbers for experiences of violence, abuse will be high, but it turned out to be the other side. And what we learned from the qualitative data, which the participants were trying to put meanings or explanations to those numbers we were seeing. One of the key things we learned is about the fact that when it comes to access to information, now they are becoming more aware of their own rights through different mediums. And for that matter, it makes it, they know their rights, so you can't just abuse me and go scot-free. And then also at the household level, especially when it comes to intra-partner violence, people were telling us about how, of course, in some cases you see that hardship, especially at the family level, tends to kind of drive some of these violence. But we had women who were telling us about how they kind of also try, especially for the IDPs, they were trying themselves to be productive and then contribute to household income, which kind of help sustain household or limit that kind of hardship which sometimes make men abuse women because there is no food in the house or there is no avenues for them to sustain themselves. And the other one about where the research is coming from, obviously, especially for the sub-region, West Africa, there isn't a lot of academic research done on these groups of people. Most of the research we have are more about labor migration and all that. But in other African countries, we have a lot of research, especially in the context of Sudan and other places where displacement. That's where we see more, in the African context, that's where we see most of these studies. And then, of course, also outside of Africa, in the Europe, and then also other parts of the Gulf states or Asia, where we see that some of these sciences are very dominant in the literature. But there is very less studies, especially in Ghana, that focuses primarily on these groups of people that we kind of tend to study them. What we see is that there is a lot of policy work around them. There is a lot of non-kind of academic work around them, but when it comes to actual research that tries to kind of delve a little bit more deeper, they are quite limited compared to other regions of the world.
Yes. Go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Neoza, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher from African Center for Migration and Society in South Africa, WITS. I have first, congratulations to the presenters. They're very interesting presentations. I have a question for the colleague who presented about the center, actually the center where I'm coming from. So my question is, I'm really glad you and your colleagues, of course, because you are representing them, you did a research on the work of the center. So the question is there anything or any gap on the work of the center that was identified by this research that would help us to improve maybe the work of the center? Because you talked about the views of the maybe the participants, or you also questioned the ownership of data. But what about the other maybe administrative or other issues related to the work of the center? Is there anything, any evidence on the work that you've done? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Maybe because of time, I did not re-echo very well some of the achievements of the center, because the center, to the best of my knowledge, they are the leading research center of migration in Africa, not only in South Africa, and they have done excellently well, because through their research, they have been able to advise the government, and a lot of policies have changed in South Africa immigration rule. Talking about what can be improved or what can be included, talking about the participants, I will raise a kind of idea what we did in our center, Institute of Technology, Czech Academy of Science. What we normally do once a year, toward the end of the year, we invite participants, not all participants. We invite key participants who have provided enough information. Maybe we are having a research on migrant communities in certain places, and we discovered that certain participants were always available to give us information through our record. So towards the end of the year, or when we have seminars, like November, we're having seminars, we invite them, a kind of an honor to appreciate them, and to make them feel that, yes, we are not just getting the data from you, because some of them are educated. They can see some of these publications. They are happy. Yes, the center is helping them, because sincerely, the Migration Center has done very well through the Zeno Watch, because they raised a signal system that help migrants to be safe. And to the best of my knowledge, there is no center in Africa that have such tools. It has helped a lot. But from the interview conducted by Elizabeth, some of the participants felt that Yes, they are helping us, but can't we get something? So for me, the center have done well. Administratively, they have done well because I've been there before. But I felt that maybe if there is a way whereby the participants can be acknowledged through maybe when you have certain symposium, they are invited and they are allowed also to speak. Because when you invite people to speak who are not maybe in academic and they are given opportunity to speak, some of them feel happy and appreciated. So thank you for your question. Sorry if I was a little bit harsh on the center. It's based on what the presenter, because it's not my work. Yeah. So it was a little bit difficult for me when I received the paper last night. It was difficult for me to even try to decontest what was there, because the presenter is supposed to be here, but due to certain things, she was not here. So that's why it went that way.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, indeed, because there is still a room for a question, maybe. To the first presenter, I mean, I think I enjoyed all three papers very much, and the third was maybe very provocative, but it had its purpose. But for the first paper, you said something very interesting, and this was about delaying your health engagements, right? So to in way to it, let's say, of how to survive, basically, in the first instance, and then to delay the needs for health second. It's something I think we can recognize also in other ways. It's something that, for instance, here in Ghana, is something that is very well known. It used to be in a sort of cash and carry kind of system where people would defer getting health treatment because it would come at an expense of their livelihood. So you would sort of delay your health needs until basically it was sometimes a little too late, right? And I think this is a question indeed of okay, so how long do people sort of sustain this idea that they can sort of avoid seeking health treatment when they actually are in need of it? Now, the question I guess to you is, you mentioned also this transnational dimension, and as a transnational scholar, of course, this sort of interests me especially. I was just wondering, because of course this is something that's often sort of hidden away. So you want to be portrayed as a successful person, you will share remittances, you will sort of take the burden of people elsewhere, but you may not always talk about the struggles that you go through, including your health conditions. So is this something that is part of people's lives, and does this sort of extend over time as well, and mature, if you like, into a much more open relationship about the kind of lives that people are leading, including sometimes the hard choices they have to make, which includes then sort of deferring health needs, health treatment needs? That would be my question. This one's working.
How does it work when people and when they die? How do you deal with that? Well, not you as researchers, but your data need to be updated with. So how does it work? Practically speaking, how does it work? Because your data will be affected with change with people, with moms giving birth and migrants dying.
So basically you ask about the pregnant ladies like who are dying during delivery. So we need to capture data about that. This is what your question. We need to adhere them in our research. Yeah, so I am going to write this and then we need to adhere it when we will have data collection, because still we did not collect, it's a conceptual paper. So we are going to adhere this situation also, so how we are going to deal with this. Yes.
Anybody else? We are almost up to time, but maybe I will use my prerogative. You have a question? No. Yes or no? No, okay, sorry. 2 points, then we can just wrap it up. Regarding the violence, I think from what we heard, I think we may have to be nuanced a bit. The definition of violence, as you were saying, is very, very particular. More so when you are dealing with research across different countries. What will be violent to me may not be violent to Sierra Leone. So I think that you have to keep that in mind. Also, are you talking about intimate partner violence or violence? It's just there is some complexity there. You have to tease it out. Is the violence displacement that you are talking about? Is it active war displacement or climate change displacement? Active war, there will be a lot more violence against women than climate change. So there are so many intricacies there that I think you may have to turn. Finally, regarding the xenophobia, if you look at it, it looks like it happens a lot. We all know that in South Africa. And it so happens that it's against mostly our fellow black Africans. If you tear it up carefully, you will realize that it's not the black that are top rank, those who have money. So in effect, there is some sort of violence against people who are indeed very poor. There is that aspect of it, because the violence, the xenophobia is not against the rich visitors to South Africa. There is a book by a Spanish philosopher by the name Adela Cortina. She mentioned a concept he called aporophobia, the fear of the poor. I think that is what is going on. You may have to start paying attention to that instead of the constant xenophobia. It's xenophobia, but it is also nuance against the very poor of the foreigners. On that note, I would say thank you all for your attention, and you bring the session to a close.
Well, thank you very much. Please, let's do it one more time for our chairperson, the discussants, and our presenters. So it's now time for lunch. We've gone beyond the designated time for lunch, but we trust that we can do it in 40 minutes. So we all reconvene here for the third parallel session. So please, we can take our break, lunch break now. See you in 45 minutes. So it's just the light. So the point is to come like this. So when this one, so it's long press when hold, then it's on. Yes, and long press hold, and then off hook. Sorry, that's good. I think we work within our time. Yes, this section was already. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. Okay, yeah.
you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid a disciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labor Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labor Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS, and I say that it is duly launched.
We say migration is about movement. Looking around today, it is clear that CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
I take this opportunity to launch the 20th anniversary of the CMS.
CMS has moved minds, it has moved scholarships and policy, it has moved partnerships, and clearly they are not done yet. Congratulations once again, Center for Migration Studies. Happy anniversary and onward to greater things. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I welcome all of you to today's launch of the CMS at 20 and the International Conference. This anniversary is a year-long celebration which includes academic, cultural, and policy activities that speak to our multidisciplinary approach and engagement with migration issues.
Ghana is now better equipped to handle migration in a way that is strategic, compassionate, and in line with the country's development goals thanks to these policies.
The Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment is proud to count the Center as a key academic partner represented on the National Labour Migration Technical Working Group.
Research emerging from this center has helped deepen understanding of irregular migration.
Their consultations, findings, and recommendations laid the groundwork to a multidisciplinary center that would address research gaps, inform policy, and build capacity for Ghana and the Africa region.
Thank you very much. Please, for the purposes of our media coverage, respectfully, we'd like all of us to take or fill in the front spaces so that when the wide shots are taken, it would be very appealing for our work. So kindly, let's all fill up the front rows. We want to fill up all the rows in front, first, second, third, fourth. Yes, Professor Suraj. Oh, okay. Professor Suraj. Sorry, Professor Suraj. Oh, okay. Professor Suraj.
Sorry?
Is Professor Suraj?
No.
Oh, okay.
And one of the speakers.
But,
And you know what I'm after?
I'm the discussant, but I'm not the chair.
oh, okay.
But you need to find the chair.
Yes, I'm looking for, that's Professor Suraj.
No, that's me.
That's you, oh, okay.
The discussant.
The discussant. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
I mean, you can talk like for an hour and a half. I mean, try, it's okay.
So please, you can take your seat. Yes, you can take your seats.
We are around. We've been waiting to be called.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So now we have the chair, one presenter, one discussant. You need to find the others.
The last person, the last presenter may not come.
But that's the last person.
Oh.
Or is there an updated one? I didn't get it.
No. The fourth person.
Oh, I'm going to get the clicker for the...
Okay. But actually, I have the paper. But I don't have the paper for this.
I'm gonna get the
This one
clicker
have
for
the
the
paper. Then I have the paper. But he may not be here.
Okay.
But you have this one.
No, I don't. Then I have this paper, and this paper, not from this one. But I can listen and keep coming. That's it.
Okay.
So there is nobody who's going to stand in. Do you
No,
know?
no.
No one.
I
So
don't think so.
okay. How much time do you think I'll get? 15 minutes into there?
Yes.
For all the three.
Yes.
So we want to do everything in an hour.
Yes.
Is it possible?
No,
That's what
this is
Professor
unfair.
Trevor.
This is unfair. We have a lot of things to
Professor
say.
Trevor says like there's a lot more ahead, and we just don't want to, work within time so that we'll be able to close on time.
We should have started on time to close on time.
So
What goes comes around.
Yes, yes.
Because you asked for 1 hour, we can end in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, 1 hour 15
That's how the
minutes.
negotiation happens, right?
1 hour 15 minutes.
So how many minutes are we giving the presenters? 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes is fair.
Okay.
So we can give room for, or maybe 12 minutes.
Okay.
You know what? Let's go with 10. It's going to
10,
go visual
10.
anyway. Let's go with 10.
10.
So I'm just doing 2 minutes ice breaking session for them to warm up and then.
But maybe call the remaining speakers.
Yes, I'm calling them.
Call them first.
All right, so thank you very much and welcome back from your lunch. I hope we enjoyed the food. Did we? Did we enjoy the food? Okay, so before I call on, so we have a number of our speakers seated already. Our chair has also taken his seat. We want to have a quick icebreaker just to get us energized before the next session takes off. Are we ready for it? Okay, so please respectfully, shall we all be upstanding? Wait. So let's all be upstanding. Please hold on. Okay, so it's a quick energizer, and your responsibility is very simple. Just look on the screen, and we are trying to do the chicken dance together. Yes. So you can all join. Yes. That would be great. That would be great. Okay. No, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, it's fine. Are you ready? Okay. So shall we have the video, the chicken dance? Okay. Let's go. We are ending soon. Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll continue later. But I'd like to hand over the microphone to our chair to do the introductions.
That was a nice one and a tiring one. You can hear me panting. Anyway, good afternoon and welcome back for yet another exciting, educative, and science-driven presentation for the first part of the afternoon. So I am here as Lillian Akofa-Ohene to chair this session, and I also have with me the discussant, Professor, is it Suraj? Correct, Suraj Jose Putu Parambai. Or Thank you. To be our discussant. And then we have Mr. Emmanuel Otabil. Is Mr. Emmanuel Otabil here? Okay. Mr. Emmanuel Otabil will be presenting his scientific paper titled Staying in Harm's Way, Drivers of Climate Immobility in Coastal Ghana. Then we also have Mr. Hamisu Haruna. Great. He will be presenting migration-driven urbanization in West Africa, and it's actually a systematic review of drivers, evidence gaps, and planning implementation. Then we have Dr. Eleonora. Yes. All right. Dr. Eleonora Milazzo presenting. You are here with Anna. Is Anna also here? No, I'm here on behalf. Okay, so she is representing her team. Thank God she's here. Fostering evidence-based policy on climate mobility, evidence from media narratives of environmental drivers of migration in selected African countries. I don't know, the fourth one, I don't know if he's here or not, but I think I got the sense that Dr. Emmanuel Kwashi may not be able to represent the last team. So if we don't have any representative of the one that is strengthening research and scholarly visibility in African migration studies, the case of Ghana, in case anybody is here to represent, no, okay. So the last one on our list, which is the fourth one, we have the paper, but we don't have the presenter in good health this afternoon. But I know that Prof. Surid have the paper, so when it's your time to give us, you can comment, you can say something on what you took from that paper. Okay. So, presenters, now that you are three, we will give you 10 minutes each to do your presentation. 10 minutes each. So starting from Mr. Emmanuel Otabil, let's hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to believe we are all fully refreshed for the upcoming discussions. Staying in harm's way, drivers of climate immobility in coastal Ghana. My name is Emmanuel Ansan Otabel, and I did this work with Professor Yao Ajimamboafo of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Studies. He is currently not here, but I'm here to present the paper. What we normally see in the climate mobility discourse is that climate change is expected to drive large displacement, which we mostly focus our attention on. But what mostly fall on the blind spot is immobility, climate immobility. In this case, climate immobility, we're referring to a situation where people remain in place despite the increasing threats posed by climate stresses. Being it sea level rise resulting in coastal erosion, tidal flooding and all that, yet people choose to remain in place. So the gap here is that most of the discourse and the literature focus on mobility as an adaptive response, automatic adaptive response. Here is the case, there is a paradox. Okay, so because the research mostly focus on mobility or migration as an adaptive response, most of the policy response also tends to favor migration. All right, yeah. So our paper here contributes to what we think fall in the blind spots, which is the climate immobility. Like I established earlier, climate change is driving large displacement, but on ground, what we see is that some people, or let me say most people, also choose to remain in place. And that is a paradox where we tend to understand the rationale behind those who choose to stay. So we engage three intersecting theoretical lenses to analyze the problem here. So our first framework is the tribe population framework, which tends to treat mobility as one being shaped by access to income, social networks, and state of support. So people will migrate if they have the means to do so. And then the next one is place attachment theory, which states that emotional, symbolic, and then relational dimensions anchor people in place. The fact that people are being faced with climate stresses or they are under threat to relocate doesn't automatically mean they are going to relocate. In fact, there is an interesting revelation ahead which you will learn soon. And then there is also the risk perception theory where we try to understand people's perception about the kind of risk that they are facing. What we think is threat, do they actually understand it as a threat that is posing a threat to their survival? So these three theories are, from our analysis, are the intersecting theories that kind of produces the immobility as an outcome. Our study area, when you look at the study map, you see that Adan is our study area, and then that district, we basically focus on the Adan East district, where we see that it sits on the Volta River on the Gulf of Guinea, where climate sea level rise is causing a lot of problems. So we use mixed methods approach to engage households. We try to do focus group discussions. We also have key informant interviews. I put some pictures here to kind of give you an idea of what is actually happening in the study area. And this is actually just one of the many sites that in Ghana. Those of us who are Ghanaians, we are aware of the Agavaji area. We know of the Shama area in the western region also. Now, let's look at the findings. I don't want to bore you with the demographics and all that, so let's look straight into the findings. And then what we find here is that economic constraints lock people in place. And with economic constraints, we are not talking about just the financial means, right? Of all the people that we engage with, about 56.3% intend to stay overall. And then usually those whose economic livelihoods, or let me say livelihoods, directly depend on the sea, express less willingness to migrate, which actually makes sense, because if their livelihoods are directly tied to the sea, then where do they move to? And when they move, what do they survive on? Also, people who earn less in the lower income brackets will also express less intention to migrate, which obviously implies that from the qualitative, they don't have the economic muscle or the financial muscle to foot the cost involved in relocating. Also, there was also another interesting revelation where those who earn higher than, like the top earners in the sample size that we engage with, those people also express less intention to migrate. Why? Because this is actually where they are making their money, and if they are to move, then what happens to them? My point. Okay. And then on the cultural attachment, we also found that another finding is that ancestral belonging was an anchor to people remaining in place. About 78% felt they are largely connected to the place, so moving away from that place is kind of like a betrayal to their ancestors, where we know the blood and toil of our fathers. So they are trying to protect or kind of maintain the heritage being held by their ancestors. This was no different from study by Professor Wazi from the archaeology department, where years back, during the Bui Dam construction, people had to relocate. They had to relocate people from a whole community from where they currently are, because the dam was actually going to affect them. And then there were promise of new livelihood alternatives, new accommodation and all that, which the government actually fulfilled those promises. But people were still living at the place. Why? From interaction with the community, what came to light was that they are not moving from that place unless there are shrines, and then there are the cemetery and all that are also moved with them to the new place. Because leaving the cemetery or the burial site at where they are means they are abandoning their ancestors. There is also this version of the risk perception. Awareness is not equal to action, or let me say awareness does not automatically translate into mobility. The fact that they know the conditions are getting worse doesn't automatically mean they are going to move. What we found was that a good number of the respondents acknowledged the fact that the environmental stresses, the sea level rise, the coastal erosion, the tidal flooding and all that are actually getting worse, but they are not moving. 3 minutes, thank you. Yes, so awareness does not automatically means moving. People tend to normalize the risk because usually what they face there is kind of a slow onset event where the problem it comes in incrementally, so it doesn't happen all at once where people will be stranded. So they kind of see it as not a serious threat, even though they know eventually they are going to be displaced, but then they try to accommodate this into everyday life. Others also ascribed it to faith-based interpretations, where they say, Nyankopon oye dia ope. Like, to those of us who don't understand the tree, God does whatever he pleases. So if the flooding happens, then it is the will of God, right? Also, another interesting thing was that some people say it's because the sea actually does not like filth. Okay, so when it gets drowned in the ocean somewhere or in the sea somewhere, then it tries to bring the dead body offshore. That is why the sea actually overflow or kind of get flooded into their homes. And so what are some of the things that people are trying to do people are doing? So they use sandbags to try to cross, form a barrier against the erosion and all that. Over here, there's a community that do not have access to drinking water, so what they do, they just dig the ground. What is interesting is that this is just right across the ocean. They dig the ground and then they're able to get water, which is fresh water, and it's very interesting how they are able to get hold of this. So in conclusion, as a bridging the gap, my time is actually up, so I'll try to conclude that what we tend to focus most on is the migration aspect. So this paper is trying to bring our attention to the fact that there are also people who, even though under the risk of migrating, but they tend to remain in place. So going forward, policy options should try to kind of bring these people also into the sport. Thank you. I'll end here.
Thank you, Mr. Otabil, for that very insightful presentation. Yes, if I believe in my ancestors that is living in the sea, guiding me, and now the sea is a threat, I can't carry these ancestors with me because they are no more physical. So how do I leave them there? It's a problem. We will discuss that soon. Thank you. We now continue to listen to migration-driven urbanization in West Africa, a systematic review. This should also be very insightful because it goes beyond Ghana. Let's hear what other scientific authorities have also found, all put together in one paper as a systematic review. Mr. Hamisu Haruna, let's listen to you in 10 minutes. Mr. Otabel managed the time well, so you should also do so.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon once again. My name is Samina Haruna Hamisu. Originally, I am from Niger, but I'm currently a PhD student. I'm going to share with you my research finding of my systematic review titled Migration-Driven Urbanization and Evidence Gap and the Implementation for Climate Resilience Urban Planning. So here, the focus of migration is internal migration. We are focused on internal migration. Okay, so why this topic is important? It is projected that by 2015, West African urban population will be increased 3 times. And what is the main cause of this increase of population is migration driven through rural and urban area. And yet, planning system ignore this phenomenon. However, no study found to link migration-driven urbanization to expansion to urban heat islands. To define urban heat island is a phenomenon where urban center experience higher temperature compared to the surrounding rural area. So that's why we choose this topic to find out how this migration issue contribute to urban expansion. So why we try to understand? We want to understand through this research which migration drivers are linked to urbanization and land use change in West Africa. How are migration drivers connected to environmental stress and climate-related risks in West Africa? And how does current evidence influence climate resilience and inclusive urban planning in West Africa? And finally, are there urban policies effective in addressing the fundamental issue caused by migration driving urban growth in West Africa? So how we conduct this? So we use Prisma framework to conduct this study, which is widely used in systematic review to assess the current literature. So through the different search engines, we retrieve about 245 sources to conduct this study. But before, we define some inclusion and exclusion criteria at 5 stages. The first one is the geographic focus. All the study should be concentrated in West Africa and by a single country, not blended. And the second criteria is the thematic focus. Migration-driven urbanization should be the central focus of the research. The third one is a migration-driven urbanization link. Even if study talk about migration and urbanization, there is no link, we didn't consider it. And the type of study, we base on empirical systematic review, not peer review, not a review article. We focus on primary data that used to analyze the migration and urbanization. And the final criteria is the language. We use both English and French to synthesize the different literature. So after that screening, we consider 38 relevant sources that we follow for full text reading and extraction information. And after that, we found out at the final stage with 10 sources that met the eligible criteria for our analysis. Also, we use so this method is not to exclude the article. It's inform us about the quality of methodology, the research question, and other things to meet for systematic review. And also, we use grey literature from recognized institutions to conduct the research. So for the finding one, we noticed that evidence is limited and uneven across the region. If you look at the map of the study area, you will see that among 15 West African countries, only 5 countries are included, are found with relevant studies linking migration and urbanization together. We have Ghana, Nigeria, Niger, Mali, and Senegal. So for geographic distribution, also you will see that only Nigeria concentrates 60% of studies found, and with other countries one study. So that's mean this small sample itself, it's pending, but it reflects the current gap regarding the migration-driven urbanization in West Africa, not a methodological weakness. So for finding number 2, so as you can see, among the 10 studies reviewed, only 8 studies reported that economic driver as a cause of migration-driven urbanization in West Africa. This includes look for job opportunities. And 6 studies reported that social drivers are also the root cause of migration-driven urbanization. This social driver can be the look for better life, look for a better life, look for education and other things. And the environmental driver, which are basically related to droughts and climate change. So this kind of driver is linked for Sahelian regions, and also conflict and insecurity, whatever the conflict caused by Islamic tension in the West Africa, Niger, Mali, and or internal conflict between tribes. So across economic factor dominates with all 5 countries studies we found. 2 minutes. Okay, so regarding the funding number 2, so what is happening when people move to city? 7 studies over 10 reported infrastructure pressure, 4 over 10 reported informal settlements, 4 over 10 also reported land use, land cover, and environmental degradation, and 5 over 10 reported weak planning response. Critical gap regarding the first 3 funding. So we know people are moving in urban area and the city is expanding, but we found that no study over 10 linked or studies examine the relationship between migration, urbanization, and urban heat island. For example, if you take a Niger case where they are also experiencing heat with the natural population growth. So this phenomenon is a serious issue for Niger if any action will not be taken. And here, where you are regarding the gap, bridging the gap. So regarding the planning system, we found that here is not ready to make action because migration is absent from the planning law. Reactive, not anticipatory, weak planning implementation, and no climate migration related to no climate migration is integrated in the planning zone. So, no, this is a gap, this is a funding. So over 10 studies in 14 years, just we found 5 West African ECOWAS countries over 15. This is a significant gap. And no study have linked migration-driven urbanization to urban growth with urban heat island. So we assume that if planners don't use migration data, eco-cities will keep growing in a way that increases heat risk and remain poorly managed. Okay. So to conclude, this is our recommendation. To bridge the gap, we need to integrate migration into urban planning law and population projections. We need to strengthen migration data system to distinguish economic migration to displaced ones. And we need a model that link migration flow and land use and urban heat island. And also we need to link urban growth to climate risk assessment, green infrastructure, and cooling strategy. And also we need to fund multi-countries, longitudinal study for many years, not a single year, and collaboration with planner to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, 13, and 10. So I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Haruna? Thank you. Have you published this already? Not yet. Okay, good. So our discussants would make some inputs, and then the audience will also make inputs to strengthen this systematic review. And I'm sure a few days away from this conference, your paper will be in good shape for publication. Well done. Well done. Now we would like to listen to Dr. Eleonora Milazzo. Let's listen to your presentation now. On fostering evidence-based policy on climate mobility, evidence from media narratives of environmental drivers of migration in selected African countries. Thank you. You also have 10 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very, very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. So, if I can say the slide, great. Thank you very much. So this presentation draws on joint work between the Migration Policy Center at the EUI, the European University Institute, where I am based, and the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where my co-author Anna Rosinska is based. So I'm also here on behalf of my co-author, her team. So this piece of work that I'm going to present looks at media narratives on environmental drivers in Africa. And the main aim of this research is to understand how the relationship between climate change and mobility is portrayed in the countries that are most affected by climate change, and to compare this with European media, where these links, we know, are frequently framed in securitized terms. So I look forward to your comments, and we are very keen to also learn about existing literature on ongoing research that can help us put this work into shape. So the starting point for this work, in a way, is well known. So we know that the relationship between climate change, environmental stressor, and human mobility is a complex one and a highly context-specific one. But at the same time, we see that public discourse, and especially media narratives in this case, very, very often reduce these complex links to simple linear stories about climate, how climate factors drives migration, right? And in particular, in Europe, we hear about climate change leading to sort of mass migration, a climate exodus, so waves of climate refugees coming to the EU, and so on. And so this, of course, matters for EU policy engagement on considering that media discourse on this topic is already highly polarized, and so one of the sort of goals of this work is to improve the way in which what we know about the links between environmental stressor and migration and mobility, or immobility, like we have just heard, are communicated. But at the same time, while we know more about how this phenomenon is described in European media, we know comparatively less about public discourse and media narratives on the relationship between environmental drivers and mobility in the countries that are most affected by this phenomenon. So this is the gap that we aim to address by analyzing media coverage in selected African countries. So methodologically, we rely on data from the European Media Monitor, which is the European Commission's database of news items. And we analyzed, for the purpose of this study, around 23,000 migration-related news from 2025. So in this pilot study, we just took 1 year, 2025, across 11 so Northwest and East African countries. And we focus on items linked both to migration and environment, to look at the framing of environmental stressor and their impacts within migration-related media coverage. So we are already looking at a subset of media coverage that in a way contains references of some kind to migration, and we look for the, so in a way for the subset that also refers to the environment. So to do this, we used multi-label classification model, which is essentially a machine learning model that automatically reads articles and assigns multiple themes to each one. For example, tagging an article as both migration and environment, and we combined this with a semi-supervised seeded LDA topic model, which is a complex way to describe a text analysis tool, which combines machine learning to identify dominant and merging themes in a given body of text. So we then complemented this also with qualitative text analysis to better understand how the issues are actually framed in these media items. So I'm now going to walk you through the preliminary findings. As I said, this is work in progress. And the preliminary results suggest, first of all, that humanitarian framing dominates media coverage of environmental issues when these issues intersect with migration, and that at the same time the sort of media attention focuses less on mobility as such and much more on the broader impacts of environmental change on livelihoods. Secondly, we also find that coverage strongly emphasizes national and international policy responses, particularly adaptation and mitigations in sectors like agriculture, fisheries, water security, access to water, and so on. And third, this is an important point because contrast in a way with European narratives, we have found that migration control and security-related frames are largely absent from the framings that we have. So let me just tell you a bit more about each of these findings. So the first point that we should say, and this is also a somewhat disclaimer or limitation for this research, is that we found that overall climate and environmental issues receive very limited attention within migration-related flows. So here we're in fact working with a relatively small sample. So you can see, as I said, we collected, so we found 23,000 items on migration, and of this about 3.5% contain the theme environment, so about 800 sort of media snippets that we are actually talking about. So we do have a very small sample. This is 1 year, but it is a small sample. And within this small subset, even a sort of smaller share focuses on impacts on people, so whether displaced populations or those who remain in place. And there is also significant variation across countries. So we see that, for example, for Kenya, we have about 200 entries, nearly 300, while for so Libya, for example, we only have 6. So there is also variation in the sample that we are looking at. But overall, we can say the climate-related migration or mobility is not a sort of dominant media story. The second finding, as I mentioned at the outset, is about humanitarian framing. And here we have found that when environmental issues do appear in these news items, they are primarily framed in humanitarian terms. So coverage focuses on issues. So you can see the dark blue line refers to themes, to humanitarian themes. So themes that are classified by the sort of model as humanitarian, as referring to humanitarian responses, for example. So coverage focuses on food insecurity, drought, floods, and the effects of environmental stress on livelihoods, and also in an important way on, national policy responses or debates in international fora. So we see sort of news about national policies to tackle the effects of environmental stressor, but also international cooperation frameworks coming up a lot. What is notably missing, and it's not in the sort of graph here because we had a very small share, what is actually missing is discourses on sort of borders, irregular migration, or security threats related to that, which are so prominent, we found in European media. Then moving forward to the final findings. So another important point, we see that when these new items do focus on impacts on environmental stressor, on livelihoods, they tend to focus on sectoral impacts and related governance responses, such as agriculture, water resources. So what you see in green is agriculture, and then water resources is dark blue, and light blue is policy responses. Less frequently, but at the same time we do see that there is a focus on complexity. So framing refers to the complexity of the sort of interlinked complex impacts of climate change, and again, the national media discourses in this case show distinct features. So as you can see, some themes, like for example, agriculture is obviously very present in Somalia, and so on. Final point, we also looked at what word pairings appear frequently in this media items. And here we see that climate change is discussed largely in technical terms. So obviously, in addition to climate change as such, that features among the top bigrams, so among the top word pairings. We also see terms that refer to sort of technical ways of addressing it. And here again, we see no word pairings or bigram explicitly addressing climate change as leading to or linked to migration or displacement. So terms like climate refugees, for example, do not appear, while we do find frequent references to regional frameworks and international political actors and processes. So for example, IGAD, UN agencies and so on appear frequently. And then to conclude, so I'll just wrap up here and look forward to your questions. So what we have found so far is that media narratives in the African context in these countries are less alarmist and less securitized than those common in Europe. They foreground more humanitarian aspects, livelihoods, policy responses, rather than framing climate change as an inevitable driver of mass migration. So we have a focus, or we have a sort of dominant humanitarian framing and attention particularly to sort of broader impacts of environmental change on agriculture, fisheries, water access, so livelihoods more broadly. And secondly, we also see an importance of national and international policy responses for adaptation and mitigation, while, at least from the data that we have analyzed so far, it seems that migration control and security-related themes remain largely absent, or at least marginal. So, as I said, we see this work as a starting point. I think what we want to show is that we have sort of room to change the sort of media narratives, and especially we want to reflect on the implications that this has for sort of policy and programming, what entry points we do have to think about comprehensive responses to the effects of environmental stressor on livelihoods, rather than simply the sort of goal, a very prominent role of sort of limiting migration, limiting international migration, so cross-border movements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Leonora. Now we will listen to our discussant, Professor Suraj. We will give you 15 minutes. 15 minutes to give us more insight into these three presentations, and then we'll open the floor for questions to the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give you this one. Thank you. All right, great. Thanks a lot. It was great to listen to you all. Usually when we have a discussion role, at least in the other contexts I've been, there will be actually a discussion, but I think with the time constraints, we may not have a discussion. So the comments I might make may not make sense or may make sense, but I'm happy to kind of discussion afterwards as well. So the two studies presented in the beginning, I had the paper, I read that, so my comments are based on that and based on what you presented. But Eleanor, I didn't have access to the paper, so some of my comments might be a bit irrelevant. I'm just basing it on the presentation you had, so just take it as a disclaimer, so to say. So if we start with the first study, I think it was actually great, and also how we highlight how the local communities try to adapt might result in immobility. So it was actually great. So the concept of immobility and especially adaptive immobility, I found that was quite interesting. And also use of mixed methods was actually very relevant and valid. But because there's also an opportunity for it to improve, then the question is actually, did you actually use mixed methods or did you actually use two methods in one paper? That is not same as mixed method. So you could actually go back and revisit. It's like a one quant study, one qual study, and then you have in a paper. Because ideally, if you want to have mixed study, you can have results from and then explain. So this is what was found in the quant study, quant results, and how you use it. So maybe that is something you can look a bit more into it. And I like how the complexity you have highlighted, how these things are interlinked, and how it's not like one leads to, how it's complex in nature. What I found very interesting when you said many of the points was that I've seen similar results in other migratory contexts not related to climate-induced mobility, which also says that the base for migration or movement or mobility, depending on what you call, is not necessarily that different. So, for example, if we compare IDPs and refugees, we often don't discuss is that the ones who get stuck are the ones who are much more vulnerable, not the ones who actually get to move, refugees, for example, right? So for the ones who are in climate change condition, the ones who are actually staying back, the longer they stay, the harder for them to move. So if you link your discussion to the other migratory literature, it actually enrich the migratory literature saying that this is also a form of mobility, it has some additional layers, but the crux remains the same. It's the ones who can afford. Afford can be health, can be financial, but also in your case, even ancestral linkage. How long, is it a new person who moved there 10 years ago, he or she might find it easier to move off than somebody who was born and brought up throughout the life, for example. So linking that with existing literature might be good. Then the frameworks, I am from the medical faculty, so take it with that as well. There are 3 frameworks. Are you actually using all the 3 frameworks in your discussion or in the research section? And how are they linked? Because when you present the result, I could see a question, a framework, a question, another framework, and so on. So when you have a paper, there should be some sort of red thread or logical flow. It might also be beneficial, maybe just focus on 1 or 2. The key part is that use that in the discussion or in the results, because otherwise they remain standalone. The faith-based perception, for example, that was very interesting. This is God's decision, the gods will help me. We had a study done in Sweden during COVID among migrant communities. They were saying, okay, I don't have to take vaccine. The God created me, I'm going to be dead when he wants me dead, with or without the vaccine. So again, saying that linking that with broader literature would actually increase the importance of the study you're doing and how an inclusive approach is very much required. For me, the answers thing again was very interesting and relevant. But my question is that would it be different if it was another disaster? Let's say earthquake, let's say flooding. Because then you're actually forced to move. If it's an earthquake, you can't stay. Here you have a chance to adapt and maybe stuck. That's all something you can see, because whenever you have a paper, you have a research section, then you have the discussion. That's where your voice is going to be heard. What is new? So try to focus a bit more on that. I think you have all the material you need to work on it. I would say probably those were my key feedbacks. I have a bit more, but I can give to later. But I think it's a very interesting study based on the local context, including the pictures of getting fresh water. So those needs to be highlighted. And adaptive immobility, is immobility a choice? In your case, it seems to be choice in few cases. So would be interesting. Then the one on systematic review, I'm very happy you're taking this task on, which is very important. As the chair was saying, there are a few areas where you could actually improve a few things. For example, when I looked at your presentation and looked at your search strategies, here you present the heat island. But that is not in the search strategy, the keywords used, because your conclusion also links to heat island, right? Same way, one of the exclusion category was that if studies are done in multiple countries, you have not included them. But your recommendation said that we should have more multi-country studies. So then we are presenting something we are not necessarily analyzed. So I think it would help if you look into the recommendations or conclusions compared to the questions you asked. It might also be worthwhile to look, is systematic review the best place here, or is it a scoping review? Because you're also using grey literature and you choose that based on, is it institutional credibility? And who decides what is credible? So I think the methodological part, you can be a bit more clearer, what is credible, what is not credible. And of course there's always bias, but as long as you clarify, this is how we assess credibility. It's a government organization, we think it's credible, maybe not, but at least then the reader can assess. And I think it's great that you also use quality assessment tools, because that's a key part of it. I would suggest you also run the search strings with a librarian. For example, I don't see the term migrant in it, because I see migration, because these keywords actually make a difference, and also a few other things. I think any librarian would be able to help you with that part. So you had a box plot showing different drivers, economic drivers, social drivers, or social... Yeah, economic driver, conflict driven, economic, environment, all those things. Yes. These are the reasons for climate-induced or urbanization, right? But can you differentiate actually all of this? That's also an often very much well-discussed topic within climate mobility, because it's not that because the sea level is rising, I'm going to move. Sea level is moving, I'm going a bit further, then I don't have the job, then I go for circular migration, go to a city, come back, and then go. It's all interlinked. So the questions are asked the way they are asked, the studies are reported, but in the discussion, try to elucidate the complexity of these drivers you have. That might be quite helpful. And also a bit similar to the first presenter, the theories. You also have, again, this is my medical background, maybe too many theories, or at least the theories that are not being used. They are a bit separate, because you have a very strong theoretical conceptual part in the beginning, but then I don't see that being flowing through the discussion part or the results part. Because this is a very much important paper, and then you can actually elaborate more because you already have the data. And then Eleonora, thank you, great. Again, I'm just saying based on what I could listen, so I might have misunderstood a few things. I think it is very interesting that we take the media discourse to see how, because it is one form of reflection, how people think and how policies are being made. Just to clarify, the articles you have added, are these the articles published in those 11 countries? Okay, so it's not the European studies on, okay, good. Because in the introduction, you indicated that the media is often as, it gives a simple narrative, it sees it as a security threat, and so on and so on. And somehow, if I understood correctly, it simplifies the process, but also see as a burden, as a negative content, right? But we also have media that is left, right, center, center, left, center, right, and everything, right? So we get both pictures. So it might have to do with the database. Have you also maybe see like how medias are presenting, if there's a difference in which narrative, like in the US, what Fox News says is night, CNN might say it's day. Both are media. And that also raises the question, what is a media? These days we have bloggers, we have other people, everything is media. So how you define media, as I said, it might be in the paper, and that's just where my comment comes from. This is just out of curiosity. What did the machine learning algorithm do, and what did you do in the analysis? Because I could see the language learning models and how it is being done. And again, you are expert in that, so maybe explaining that would be quite helpful. Because you said it was complemented by qualitative content analysis, or so just how, yeah. Maybe it's also my misunderstanding, because in the beginning we are talking about climate mobility, but towards then we are talking about climate migration. They are related but not same, so maybe clarifying that in the paper, you're working on the paper, so just clarifying that could also be quite helpful. And the language, were all of them in English, the articles you included, or in French, or? Okay, because I mean, at least what I heard from Mary and other colleagues, like the way climate change is discussed is different. So that might also be something to consider. And it was also interesting that they didn't write anything about adaptation at all. Adaptation, how individuals, maybe I might have missed when you present, but I think the illustration you present actually quite interesting, how it is connected, and also interesting, you said they have not, but then this was sort of an observation that they were not mentioned. Maybe that was a good thing, or maybe, so how it is being classified and how it is being worked, that would also be interesting to clarify a bit more. But I think based on what it might be interesting, like how this is a reflection of how the policy is being informed, how, because we as normal human beings, we are also informed by how media.
The presentations, and I think the presenters have taken it in good faith. It's about you. I'm happy that the papers have not been published yet. This is just to make it better. It's the reason we attend conferences, to make your scientific work stronger, to get inputs, and then you make it very credible. And you see that once it goes out, few comments will come, and then you address it, and in less than 2-3 months, your paper is out there. So we have listened, and we want to throw it. We have more time to respond to few questions from the audience. So now it's question, comments, time. Thank you.
How many questions are there?
Let's take three.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine will be, I'll frame it as a suggestion so that it doesn't elicit an answer to take time. Otabel, looks like your data suggests that the rich people, they did not want to move. And you were explaining that because that is where they make their money, right? The poor people did not want to move, or they couldn't move because they can't afford it. I would suggest that it is very likely the poor people are also not moving because maybe they are making, that is how they survive. In fact, there is a case in the US, for instance, come winter, right? The homeless will decide to commit petty crime, okay, so that they will put them to jail, so that they will survive. That is a fact. You can check it out. They call it survival crime. Okay? So if you are not moving and the number of people will come and give you money, the government will come and give you money, everybody come and give you money as a poor person, I think that is a way to survive. So you can look at that aspect of it. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, so maybe that is how they survive. Every year, the NGOs and the government and everybody will bring them money. I mean, it will be more money than they could have made. So there will be some survival instinct there. So pay attention to that. The next one will be in geography. I think it was Yifu Tuan, a book called Topophilia. Topophilia. People actually, they have a lot for a place. I think you may want to explore that concept also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is more or less, first of all, thank all the presenters. Thank you very much. You have actually shown ownership of your work. Mine is more or less a comment, or Prof actually talked about it. Climate change refugees. There is nothing like climate change refugees. We use the 1951 and the 1969 Convention to grant refugee status to asylum seekers. So for the time being, there's nothing like climate change. And then 1951, we use 5 grounds. We talk about the race, we talk about religion, we talk about nationality, or political opinion, or belonging to a social group. If you don't fall within that group when we are using the 1951 convention, then you are out. You cannot get the refugee status. So for now, there's nothing like climate change refugees. And concerning the asylum seekers, I always have problem with the journalists when they are describing refugees. Then they say, oh, refugees are moving from so and so country to another country. They are not refugees. They are asylum seekers. Before you can be a refugee, you have to register with what? Wherever you go, there is what? Organization. For Ghana, like this, when you come, there's Ghana Refugee Board. You have to register with the board. Go through the interviews. If it is individual interviews, you go through it. The board will see the mass movement, like what is happening in African countries. Then we call something premier facie. Then you'll be given what? A premier facie status. But if you are just moving, you can come to the country. If you don't register, you don't go to the interviews, you are still just what? Asylum seeker. You cannot call yourself what? A refugee. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prof, with your permission, would you take more questions?
Yes, we take more.
How many more?
Yeah,
How many hands do we have?
We can do 2 more.
2 more.
We have 15 minutes.
Okay, so we take 1 gentleman and 1 lady. Fair? Okay, so let me go through. We've had enough here. Okay, so let me go through. We've had enough here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Otabel, thank you so much for your presentation. Mine is a comment, it's not a question, it's a comment. In 2021, my Center for Social Policy Studies, we did a study in northern Ghana around the spillage of the Bagri Dam. We wanted to find out about early warning signs, our shock responsiveness, and then our disaster preparedness. And I got to know that year after year, when the dam is spilled, there's so much disaster. Yet people didn't want to move. It wasn't really a core part of our work to find out why. I alluded to maybe the poverty status or not, their inability to move because they don't have what it takes. So for a very long time, I have wondered why. And I think that your presentation threw some light, the issue about faith, the issue about ancestral ties to ancestral connections and all of that. And Prof. Mensah has also given you something to think about. So I just want to say thank you. I mean, I've been thinking about it. Why will you want to experience this year on year? Sometimes they get the warning signs, sometimes they don't. And then they recuperate, and then it comes again. And I was wondering, why don't you just move? It just makes sense that you do. So I just want to say thank you. And I also want to add, I haven't read the whole paper, and maybe you didn't have time, but I've been wondering how, it sounds very simplistic how it's been presented, like people just think they won't move because of what. So I'm wondering how you nest them into the theories that you propounded, and it will be a good read once you take on the comments and you strengthen the paper. Thank you.
Doc, maybe one day you should come and interview me why I don't want to move. My umbilical cord was buried there. So I have a strong belief that I shouldn't live where my umbilical cord was buried. So I won't move. So next, I think I saw 2 hands. Then.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much. I just have a brief comment for the gentleman who has done his research on mixed research method. If I were a reviewer, then I got a paper to review, and then it's on mixed research method. There are questions that I will ask: the how, the why, the where, and then the what. I'll be interested in finding out where and how you do the mixing from the various stages, from the philosophical level, the methodology, the method, and then the analysis. And then in terms of the mixing too, I'll be interested in finding out which type of mixed research method have you used. Is it explanatory, exploratory, or embedded? If it is embedded, which type of them? Is it the concurrent, embedded, or the other three types? So this is just a comment that I just want so that you take note when you are sending your paper out.
Give it up for him. You know, when you see people reviewing your paper, hey, you know that there are people who are more concerned about methodology than even the findings. And those people, once they are clear with the methodology, just one findings is enough for them to make your paper great. So methodology is key. It's key. Prof. Surij is the combination of theoretical frameworks. He also picked on that. Most students will say, oh, we are using this theoretical framework. How is the theoretical framework related to even the methodology? What role is the framework playing in the entire project, in the entire study? Is it underpinning your objectives? Is it underpinning the discussions, or is just helping you to do your presentation of findings? These are things reviewers look at, assessors look at. Once they are fine with these things, you are good to go. So as I said, my students here, we attend conferences to listen to how our assessors, our reviewers look at our paper, our work, our book, our thesis, our dissertations when we are not there. One thing I also want to pick up is you mentioned media, the media and how they report on these issues. Is it that when media, I got the impression of newspapers. Is that so? Which some of us from the medical field will attend to it as gray literature. So this is another insightful one. That literature can actually be your participants or your source of data. So you look at gray literature from a period, because Prof. Surij also asks again, within which period you gathered these articles or media papers, and when did you do the analysis? So these are things we need to pay attention to as researchers. On this note, I think I have summarized everything that the presenters and our discussants have done, and very good, attentive audience, because it's not easy to keep your eyes open and follow presentations, especially scientific presentations, right after lunch. It is not easy. You are wonderful. You are spectacular, and we love you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, Prof. Lillian, Prof. Surij, and our dear presenters, Hamisu, Emmanuel, Dr. Eleonora, and Anna Rosinska. Thank you so much. Please, we'll take a picture, a group picture. So kindly, photographer? Okay. And then we have just 5 minutes to switch for the next session. We are just continuing. So if you would want to remain in this session, kindly remain seated. If you want to cross to the other one too, you are allowed to. Photographer. Thank you very much. So in just 5 minutes, we would invite the next panel, the chair and the discussant and the presenters.
Professor, wonderful, wonderful.
Can I be assured that my presentations are all uploaded?
So you have to give it to them.
I've already given. I've already sent them.
If you give it to them, then that's okay. So please, presenters, kindly check from the technical team that your slides are. Are you presenting?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to confirm something.
The second.
So this is section 4.
Section 5.
You're on section 5.
On section 5, but on this page, like this. Here. These 3 papers.
Oh, okay. But I think.
Something to change?
No. I think they wanted us to come here. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the technical issues.
No, so at the back, you check whether your slides have been loaded and it's ready.
Yeah.
So the technical team is at the back. You check from them whether your presentation, your slides is ready, it's loaded.
It is.
Check. Oh, okay. If you want to double check. Okay. Are you on the
Yeah, I will be chairing.
Oh, okay. Please let me.
Dr. Lothar.
Is it
Lothar?
Please.
I'm about.
So this is. So this is section. This is supposed to be section
5.
Section 5. Okay. The second. So please, are you Dr. Abibao?
Yeah.
Okay. How is it pronounced, Dr. Abibao? Abibao. Okay, Dr. Abibao. Okay, Dr. Abibao. Please, you can take your seat.
Yeah.
So we introduce. I'll call you.
Do we have Lothar?
The time.
Lothar is the discussant.
Yeah, Lothar. Yeah, so I'm coming to call him. I don't know who it is.
And then we have the one whom I know, I do not know, is only Dr. Samuel. The rest I have seen.
So Dr. Samuel is not around?
Is not around?
No, I don't know.
I think he must be around.
Oh, okay. So I'll just call out their names here to see. So we call on our discussant, Dr. Lothar. We also have our presenters, Dr. Samuel Owem, Dr. Barbara Gonick, and then Professor Juha Yassin. Please, if you are here, kindly take your seats up.
I think his name is Mr.
Oh, okay.
His name is. I think there was some sort of confusion also.
Your name is what?
Abdul Latif. Yes.
So you are presenting with who?
Juha, Professor Juha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we are presenting.
Okay. No, that's fine. So you can just take your
Okay, Master. That's why.
Yes, yeah. So our presenters, we are waiting for you to take your seat. Our chair will also resume his seat. And then our discussant is also ready. Okay, so are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So at this point, I would hand over the microphone to our chair, Dr. Abibao. Doc, I would hand over the microphone to you to introduce your presenters and the discussant.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the second session, everyone. So we have 3 presenters in this session. First, we have Dr. Samuel Oem. Dr. Samuel has a PhD in international relations from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and currently is working at the Department of Mobility and Migration at the Institute of Ethnology, Czech Academy of Sciences. Yeah. And our second presenter is Dr. Barbara Gormik. Please correct me if I have misspelled it. And Dr. Barbara is a research associate at the Science and Research Center in Koper, Slovenia. Yeah. And she was a co-coordinator of the Horizon 2020 project on migrant children and communities in transforming Europe. And our third presenter is Dr. Johar Yassin and his colleague Anas. Thank you so much, because I have the profile from Dr. Yassin. Dr. Yassin is an associate professor in the Department of Pedagogy in the University of Inland Norway. And we have our discussant, Dr. Lothar. So, as usual, we'll give everybody 10 minutes for the three presenters, and then we will have the intervention from the discussant. The topics are really very interesting, but I don't want to take your time by telling you the topics, because I think the first task they would do would be communicating their topics. So can I call Dr. Samuel to come and present? Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm presenting a paper on the coloniality and global architecture of African migration research, counterbalancing through indigenous knowledge system. And though the paper is still at a preliminary stage, but I will try my best to present some of the preliminary funding. But the paper tried to emphasize the need to use indigenous knowledge system. This conference talked about bridging the gap. So I'm going to emphasize more about my findings. Okay, this section talks about the background. Migration research has been influenced by historical and structural inequality rooted in colonial and neo-colonial legacy. And even though colonial rule has ended, but when it comes to research, there is a wide gap between the global north and the global south. So in this paper, I will share some of my findings on this topic, talking about the gap about the global south and the global north. So this study is motivated by the need to interrogate and challenge the entrenched neocolonial patterns that contribute to shape migration scholarship by looking at the authorship, patterns, language of publication, citation trend, and the research highlights how African scholarship is marginalized within the global knowledge system. Migration research continue to be a kind of gap between the global north and the global south. This explains more about the rationale, and my work center more using the works of Professor Maxwell, which talk about the structure and the agency. You can see on the screen we have the global north, which is seen as the center of theory and authority, and we have the global south, which most times we have as a source of data and case study. So this paper tried to emphasize the need for balancing, and this balancing, exploring the indigenous knowledge system, will be a strong point to balance that gap. So I look at two research questions, even though the study is still at preliminary stage. The first one is, how do nuclear power relations continue to shape the production, validation, application of knowledge in African migration research? Secondly, in what ways could indigenous knowledge system be integrated into migration studies so that there will be promotion of epistemic justice and ensure that African scholars conceptualize are recognized. So these two questions I will try to answer. Okay, this work center more on Baxwell, who's a strong author in migration. So if you look at the screen, he talks about the tension between the forces and the individual agency, talking about the neocolonial system and the epistemic hierarchy, whereby we have the Western dominance in migration discourse. As continue this paper from the findings, I will explain more how this relates to the paper. Okay, this explain more Oliver Baxwell work. I read 2 of his books. He explained intensively about this structure, where we have the structure and agency in migration and theory, and we have the gap between the global north and the global south. So the theory emphasizes more on the structure, where we have the gap between the global north and the global south. And the key question is, how is this gap being bridged? So migration knowledge is shaped by both global power system and African scholars' transformative agency. And there is need to incorporate indigenous knowledge system to production of knowledge when it comes to migration. Okay, this explains more on the theoretical framework, where there is struggle between the 2 poles, that is the structure, the structure and the agency, which allied individuals and collective action. In my framework, this perspective helps to define and to explain how African migration scholarship operates within a global architecture and is still being marked by neocolonial hierarchies. I will discuss these hierarchies in the next few minutes. This work was done through interviews. Interviewed 10 African academics from Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa. And even though I had similar results, but academics from South Africa, even though they are African scholars, they have a kind of a little bit advantage than scholars from Ghana and Nigeria. I will explain that in a little bit. This interview shows certain results which some of us may have come across before, but maybe we don't know how to express or how to pass the message across. So the main focus of the paper is how to counterbalance, how indigenous knowledge system can be an alternative, can be useful in terms of looking at the gap between the global north and the global south. So exploring indigenous knowledge system as alternative, it offers a unique perspective that challenge dominant migration narratives that is shaped by colonial history. And when I talk about indigenous knowledge system, my key focus involves looking at the use of oral history in migration study, the use of oral history, the use of indigenous knowledge system in data collection. So indigenous knowledge system method emphasize a participatory research, oral histories, and community engagement in research. Although the research is still at a preliminary stage, several emerging themes can be identified. There are some few findings which I'm going to explain more. Okay, the first finding talks about the structural and institutional gatekeeping in publishing. One of my participants put there his quote, Because he is a colleague from Ghana, and he was struggling to publish. You know, you have to publish in Scopus, publish in Web of Science for your work. You know, for your work, for you to have promotion, for you to move to the next level in most African universities. So from his response, I have review for several top journals. But when I submitted my paper to a publisher, he told me the publisher, they kept pending my paper. Why? They continue sending papers to me to review. After reviewing 7 papers, they commended my effort in review. Yet, my paper remained untouched for a year. However, when I added a co-author from the Global North, surprisingly, my paper was reviewed and the paper was published within 4 weeks. Within 4 weeks, the paper was published. So from the participant testimony, illustrates an unequal treatment. That is, paper being stuck until a researcher from Global North was added. This revealed systematic bias and systematic injustice. Then I asked further, I interrogate further, what did the researcher from the Global South, what did he add to the paper? Did he rephrase the paper? Did it maybe review the paper? Did anything? He said no, nothing was done. All he needed to do was to add his name and the university in Canada. And once the editor saw that, the paper was published within 4 weeks. And this is some of the challenges of African scholars. Although in recent time, there have been collaborations, useful collaboration between Global North and the Global South, and which has yielded a lot of results in publications. However, some of these collaborations are the hierarchy. For the early researchers, this challenge is something that is obvious. Many early researchers from African continents still struggle with issues of publications, whereby paper is being delayed. I need to re-echo again that paper being delayed is something that is normal. Whether you are from the Global South or from the Global North, a journal or a paper can be delayed due to many factors. Maybe the editor was ill or was indisposed. But however, from my participants, it shows that in this case, the second findings shows structural bias in publishing and editorial process. Publications are now become something challenging for most African scholars. At the professor level, the collaboration is a strong one. But for the early researchers, there are still some challenges talking about publication. From my participant again, he said, I submitted a book manuscript to a UK publisher, and I was told that it need to be edited by a professional editor based in the UK, meaning that a reviewer from the Global South felt that he is not competent enough to review the publication that was done in English. And this raised a question also, talking about the use of English for those of us who are aware of the Canadian and the United Kingdom system, where somebody writes English examination, and after 2 years, the certificate expires. Then you begin to ask yourself question, why a certificate of competency expire? So from this interview also, when he added a senior colleague from the Global North, a professor, as co-author, that same book was published, was accepted without any editorial process. So it showed the imbalance between the Global North and the Global South. And the third findings, to conclude, indicate that there is need for a shift that require a shift in methodology. There is need for indigenous method to be emphasized. That is, the use of participatory research, oral history, community engagement. These approaches challenge extractive research practices, and communities are also to be positioned as co-producers of knowledge, not just the subject. So this conclusion also collaborates what I have said already, talking about decolonizing migration study that demand a shift in control over agendas, ensuring that African scholars shape the questions, the method, and interpretation from their own context, not from the context of the global South. So in conclusion, there is need to develop a framework that integrates indigenous knowledge system. So it's not about talking about indigenous system. There is need for experts, African scholars who are experts in migration, to develop and integrate indigenous knowledge system so that the early researchers also can incorporate this method to their research. Okay, thank you for your time. Yeah,
thank you so much, Dr. Samuel. Okay. Thank you so much. I mean, this was very interesting on the coloniality of knowledge production, and noted that the imbalance in knowledge production and indigenous knowledge system, production system, as a buffer, as a possibility to enhance agency of African scholars in their knowledge production system, or in their chance to publish better. And you also raised about the structural and institutional gatekeeping in publication, which we all are somehow experiencing, and structural biases in editorial elements. I think this has significant implications on what we can do. I think, to be genuine, I don't enjoy to lament about that kind of discrimination, but what can we really do to change that? To what extent are we African scholars, ready to publish in journals available in our own, institutions? Do I send my articles to journals in Ghana, or do I send them to either Germany or somewhere? Not for any bias to any country, but we are not also, we also need our own homework to do. I think I need to give the next presenter, Dr. Barbara, for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon also from my side. My name is Barbara Gornik, and I come from Science and Research Center of Koper from Slovenia. And my today presentation is a bit different because I will be talking about policymakers' narratives on African migration, but I will be addressing the affective states and emotional dimensions in my presentation. So this presentation actually is a smaller part of a bigger, not bigger, but a bit wider research project that I'm doing currently. And as I said, I would like to explore affective states and emotional elements of the asylum policy making processes. So this means that I'm interested into emotion that emerge during the policy cycle. So for example, how do policymakers, for example, experience pride, responsibility, how do they shape trust coalitions, and so on. This is one part of my objectives of this study, but the other part also addresses affectivity and emotionality of their narratives and how they frame issues on migration. So yes, in this presentation today, so I'm focusing in more narrowly on the narratives, only on the narratives on African migration, so I don't address the emotion that emerge within the policy. So my study basically rests on main theoretical premise that policy decision and political behavior cannot be fully understood only to attending to the language of the arguments. And this means that I see emotions and affect as part of the meaning-making processes through which policymakers interpret asylum policy issues. This means that how we feel about migration also strongly impacts how the migration is governed. And precisely because emotions and affect, in my view, cannot be separated from reason and action, I also don't view them as external to power relations. So as such, emotions in my study are important for our understanding of the migrants, but also for understanding of the broader phenomenon of governing, including governing of migration. Importantly to highlight is also that, as this presentation will hopefully show, that emotions and affect are relational and performative. This means as they are circulated through the narratives, they constitute both individual and collective bodies, and are in this way bound up with creating, securing, challenging, or contesting social hierarchies. So just briefly about the context of migration, of African migration in Slovenia. I won't be reading these numbers that are on the slide, but let me just say briefly that we have really small, low numbers of African migrants in Slovenia. I think currently there are around 1,000 of them living permanently. So when we're talking about migration from Africa in Slovenia, we are mainly discussing them in relation to irregular migration or in relation to asylum seekers. And this fact also importantly shapes, of course, how migration in Africa is discussed by the policymakers in Slovenia. So today I didn't want actually to talk about emotions such as fear, distrust, empathy that I think are found in existing scholarship and adequately already represented in the academic research. I wanted to highlight three main affective states that are perhaps less evident at the first sight in the policymakers' narratives, but perhaps even for this particular reason, because they are less evident, they are more important for understanding why European narratives on African migration, specifically from Slovenian perspective, can be explained as colonial and Eurocentric, and how these effective states help to maintain the gap between the policymakers and migrants on one hand, but also between the policymakers and researchers. So one such effective state that I found was very much present in all the interviews that I conducted so far was one of the detachment. And I think that detachment is an effective state that helps to maintain the colonial perspective because this manifests as an emotional gap or distance. It manifests in a lack of emotional involvement, emotional responsiveness, and disengagement from migrants on the part of the policymakers. And this detachment is evident despite the fact that policymakers are indeed involved with the topic of migration and migrants through their professional roles. But also detachment was in many cases seen in that migrants were discussed as passive objects of policy intervention, and that their perspective was a lot of times not regarded as sufficiently elaborate or sufficiently relevant for the policy, so that they would not merit political voice or agency to the migrants. In this sense, like I thought that in policymakers' narratives, migrants appears as some kind of silent agents. And on the top of that, their exclusion from the political sphere and the fact that they don't have any ability to participate in shaping policy measures, I think I found that remained largely unproblematized. And in this way, I think this detachment gives the context how the African perspective remains kind of excluded from the policy development in Europe, in specific case of Slovenia. The next affective state that was also very present in the narratives of the policymakers was righteousness. And I think that it is another state that helps to maintain this colonial perspective because it's some kind connected to this political correctness and in a way hinders possibility of effective critique. For example, policymakers in Slovenia frequently rejected framing the irregular migrants and somebody who shops asylum or somebody who strategically navigate the asylum law, but instead they emphasized that it is legitimate right to apply for international protection for everybody. So in these accounts I found that they really use this legalistic and bureaucratic tone, stressing neutrality and stressing kind of objectivity. And this rights-based moral framing was accompanied by sense of righteousness, saying kind of implying that they're defending objectively correct positions aligned with something that is perceived good, just, correct, and so on. But the righteousness was also evident when policymakers were claiming they are adopting a responsible approach to governing migration. This example was particularly evident when they're referring to the resettlement programs and the question how many individuals can be admitted. And I have to stress that the number of individuals in Slovenia that are admitted through these resettlement programs remain extremely low. Yet in the accounts of policymakers, they highlighted the responsibility not to exceed the state integration capacities. As one interview noted, exceeding these capacities and accepting higher numbers of refugees might be more humane, but would be irresponsible. So despite the fact that we are actually receiving really low number of migrants, they still stress we should not exceed the state capacities, although in my view, they are far from being exceeded. And the last effective state that also I think strongly affects to maintaining the gap, it's powerlessness. Powerlessness was typically linked to the limited integration capacities of Slovenian state, as I said earlier. So, and expressed through statements like we cannot accept everybody who needs protection. However, importantly, what I've noticed that limited capacities were presented as some kind of objective facts, as something that cannot be changed, increased, or strengthened. Thus, they were presented as forcing policymakers into taking restrictive policy decisions. And a sense of powerlessness, on the other hand, was also expressed in relation to the fact that key decisions on migration are taken at the level of the government, which made policymakers who were positioned at the lower levels of decision making to feel limited in their own capacity to actively shape policy or exercise political influence. In this way, many policymakers at the lower levels of decision-making describe their official government positions as a decision that cannot be challenged. And they saw their function as providing data, technical expertise, and contextual information that would serve as a background for decision ultimately taken elsewhere. So just to briefly conclude how these effective states contribute to the status quo when it comes to this gap between the centers of power and the interest of migrants, for example, exclusion of African perspective, maintaining Eurocentric perspective, and maintaining the exclusionary politics or policies. So detachment maintain exclusion of African perspective because it allows seeing migrants as passive agents and not as political actors, in my view. I think that this detachment also is seen in the fact that these migration politics or policies at the end are seen as policies that govern the European states in line with their interest by the means of governing migration from elsewhere, as if these policies are not actually about migration and migrants, but actually pursuing interests of European states. So righteousness, backed by political correctness, also maintains Eurocentric perspective in the sense that it legitimizes seemingly neutrality of policy decisions and allows this strong moral standing that hinders possibility of effective critique, and in my view also discourages self-reflection on the part of the policymakers, which could perhaps allow for alternative perspectives. And powerlessness, finally, saying that we would do it differently if we could, but we don't have the capacity, maintains exclusionary policies, because that those who formally hold power narrate themselves as being constrained, unable to act, or trapped, or being trapped by the forces beyond of their control. So in this kind of sense, this narrative actually releases them from their responsibility, to take a more proactive stance or actively contribute to shaping more inclusive policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barbara. Yeah, this usually shows on affect. Let's see more about attitude, the kind of attitude that the policymakers in Slovenia are adopting, whether they say powerlessness or I can't produce, this is the capacity that we have, or justifying that they are doing the justice or the proper thing to do in terms of policy. I think there are so many ways in which you can marginalize people, or you can ignore giving services, or you deny services. So kind of a colonial thought of considering, the voices of the migrants not being considered. I think these are essential points. I should not do summary because Dr. Lothar will do more of that job. So now the floor is for Dr. Johar Yassin to present. Oh, Venus, you are presenting? Yes. Okay, thank you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Sharing the 10 minutes. And negotiate for 4 more songs.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Anas Abdul Latif, and I come from Ghana. I am a PhD student at the University of Inland Norway. And then today I am here with my supervisor, who doubles as my colleague on this paper. He is called Associate Professor Johar Yassin Abamusa. And then before I begin the presentation proper, I want to go back to the question that you asked, that what can we do as scholars to append the proven or the suspecting inequalities or biases within the global publication industry. And I think our work is really quite connected to that. Our presentation today is on mainstreaming Black consciousness, tackling forced non-appearance of African migrants and people of African descent in knowledge production in the global north. Even though the topic is quite explanatory, but I think there are about 2 or 3 keywords that I want to explain a bit. When my colleague takes the podium, he will explain more. The first thing has to do with Black consciousness. They are divided into 2. We have Black consciousness with small letter B and Black consciousness with big capital letter B. The one with the small letter is about awareness. It's when we are awake that there are certain disparities, there are certain institutional hindrances that affect us as producers of knowledge because of who we are. And the second one has to do is when we begin taking active measures to be able to navigate through the hindrances that is limiting our agency. And the second keyword I think is called forced non-appearance. Sometimes because of who you are, when you are within the global north and then you find yourself into the knowledge production hub, people seem to ask that, what are you doing here? Like it becomes something of abnormality. It's not normal. And then, so forced non-appearance is when plans are being put in place to take you out of the knowledge production hub. Yeah, so this is going to be the outline of our presentation today. We have the introduction. We try to problematize the study, and then we ask the research question, and then legacies of historical atrocities. Even though my colleague will explain more on that, we are here because of issue of slavery and colonization. That is something we can never run away from. I, as a Ghanaian today, I stand here as a very proud person because quite recently, there has been a resolution at the UN actually being championed by the President of our Republic for slavery to be recognized as the grievous crime against humanity. I think just last 2 weeks or so, I watched on TV, then I saw a certain diplomat on TV actually trying to disagree with this particular perspective. But that is normal. That's what always happens with those who have control over the status quo, those who the system actually benefits. And then we also have people who are like us. There's a particular popular journalist in Ghana who is now studying in the USA. He wrote an article and then he was sort of disagreeing with this particular perspective. These are the people that Macron has called as house Negroes. And then there's a particular Zimbabwean labor activist by the name Burumbu, that when he's fighting for the liberation of Africa with his right hand, his left hand is busily fighting other Africans who are fighting him. That's how we call those who are within us who don't want the liberation of Africa. They are black Negroes, and then they are also called Uncle Toms. And then we have the methodology here. We talk about the books that we use in this particular work. And then key concept, my colleague here will explain, and then we move towards the main theme, black consciousness, and then we conclude the study. Okay. Epistemic activities are not neutral as they are influenced by global power relations. As we have seen in the presentation yesterday, somebody asked, who is actually funding the project, the research? Who determines who does the research? Who determines who owns the data? Who disseminates the data? All of this actually cause that particular disparity between the global north and the global south. And then that is also connected to issue of asymmetric power relations between and then within countries. And then as the funding is always coming from the global north, we will continue to see some of these particular disparities. Of course, we have other scholars who look like us who are in the global north, and then they are also engaged in production of knowledge. But are they as privileged as their colleagues who don't look like them? Is that the case? Of course, we have issue of ethnicity, skin color, gender, religion. All of these actually play a role in issue of epistemic justice or epistemic injustices. It depends on where you are and then how you see it actually. And it's important for us to also state that there are more than 50 million people of African descent or black people who are in the global north actually engaged in the production and dissemination of knowledge. They are at higher education institutions like the university and university colleges. How are they faring? That is the focus of our study. So we are trying to problematize the study here. So African migrants and people of African descent engaged in the production and dissemination of knowledge actually have to navigate what you call false non-appearance and then systematic invisibility. Invisibility is when you are a producer of knowledge and then your work don't get that the visibility it needs because of who you are. Sometimes people don't want to cite your work, or sometimes you have to do more than enough to be able to have the podium to publish your work, to let people see your work. That's what we call systematic invisibility. And then we have issue of hostile environments actually that you have to navigate, not because of anything, because of who you are as a producer of knowledge. So as a result, if you are engaged in the production of knowledge, you have to either conform with the hegemonic epistemologies, as the first presenter did indicate. But if you come home in Africa, we also have the indigenous knowledge system that we see, that we use to know what reality is, and then to also understand the ontology that we are studying. And then it's either we also withdraw your research because it's seen as very, very critical. You know, it begins like people see it as abnormal. That's not how we do research because it's very, very critical. You may end up actually withdrawing your research completely, or you hide your emotions. And this brings us to the issue of positionality. When you are doing research, it's either you are an insider, outsider, or as an in-betweener. And then if you look at this study and then you look at me, I am a Ghanaian, an African, a black man, and that makes me an insider. So if I'm writing, you will see so much emotions in my writing because we write based on our experiences and experiences of other people of color who have written extensively about issues of epistemic injustice, structural violence, and other global inequalities. So you can't actually, dissuade yourself from this particular thing. So the emotions when you are speaking or writing about it. And then so that can resort to unethical issues, and then you can end up leaving academia completely. And then at this juncture, this is the question we want to ask. How can forced non-appearance of AMIAD from epistemic activities be reversed?
Thank you very much, Anas, and good afternoon, everybody. There must be some sort of credit for being the last presenter, and I don't ask any sort of money, just time, please, okay? So, because as professor said, it is difficult, doctor said, it is difficult to present after lunch, usually. So, hello, everybody, my name is Johar Yasin, and I am associate professor at Inland Norway University in Norway. And I am a PhD supervisor for Anas. And Anas has touched upon almost all of today's presentation, but I will show some of the methodological and the result parts. So I think, sorry. So here, as Mr. Samuel has said, colonialism has long gone, slavery has long gone, in principle, but the effects are here to remain. So today, whether we like it or not, all people of African descent in the so-called global north or Western countries are results of either of these two, either slavery or colonialism. So there have been many so-called scientific researches in the past that were attached to the black people to demean them so that it will pave way for the atrocities that come after that. Some of them are these, for example, polygenism, craniometry, eugenic research. Scientists, doctors were using this, publishing in reputable journals such as Nature, to argue that black people are less intelligent people, so anything that comes to them is lesson, take his food and then change into machine so that nobody is going to ask you, because you are justified by this type of researches. So if you think that these thoughts, researches were discredited, they were over, you are naive a little bit. And Kudus, from here, these people are not well recepted. And what they call Negro, it is similar. By that, the brain is small, they justify, so that the black people are less capable of producing knowledge written by and about black people. And the close reading we used for analysis. So the first book was called The Source of Black Folk, written by Dubois, as they say it in French. There was no violence, no slur word, nothing, no pushing, just a glance, like this. This continues till today. It's called non-verbal signal, Q. You will feel that you are not welcome in a place just because the way people look into you. That is related to this one. Then, that was childhood. In the adulthood, he developed the last one. He said, after the Negro, the black person is sort of seventh son. After he mentioned the Egyptian, the Asian, we came on the seventh. The black people came on seventh. A sort of seventh son, born with a veil, gifted with second sight in American world. A world in which yields him no true self-consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other world. It is a peculiar sensation. This, now he comes, double consciousness. This has changed the history of black Americans for good. Okay? Because at this point, 1903, people were forced to see themselves as, the person is seeing me as a slave, so I am a slave. But when I go to my private room, no, I'm not a slave, I'm a black person. I could not say that one outside until Dubois came and said that, you don't need to do that. Please, you are a person, but of course system is there. So that is what we say, difficult to accept one's two-ness. So please, I will just rush out. Yeah, thank you. Fanon, he came in 1960s, of course there are about 50, 60 years between them, between Fanon and Dubois, but he built up on that, and he developed a concept. Of course, it is not a single concept, but a policy or a political movement which he calls Free Negro from himself. He dedicated a whole chapter in his book called Black Skins, White Masks, where he said a person who always wants to replicate white people because of inferiority complex. In so doing, that person thought I could be a better person. But Fanon said, I am not the potential of something. I am wholly what I am. I do not have to look for the universal. No probability has any place inside me. My Negro consciousness does not hold itself out as a lack. It is. I am by myself, 100% person, he said. Finally, the contemporary scholar, Lewis Gordon, is also of Jamaican descent, living in America, or a US citizen now. He has written about epistemic invisibility, what Anasa said. You just feel you are not there. People just ignore you because of who you are, not because of what you can or what you cannot. Okay? Just being a black associate professor standing before white students in itself is another world. Not because I cannot, but because of who I am. Should I accept what they attach to me? No, never. Then I should go back to 1903, double consciousness, that I've already gone. So I'm now developing, moving toward what? Toward the grand finale, final. This is the final. So we have to move to the black consciousness. The black there is a distinct from the lowercase black consciousness. It's a political consciousness that addresses the shocking contradictions of anti-black societies. So to suppress this consciousness requires suppressing not only black possibility, but also political life. Anti-black societies are therefore fundamentally anti-political and anti-democratic because they are devoted to blocking, blocking black people's access to citizenship and thus fight also against their own members who fight against black disempowerment. This struggle reveals a third truth of black empowerment. The fight against anti-black racism is ultimately a fight for democracy. That is what we are actually promoting in our research, and this is the conclusion. So please, don't feel ashamed of yourself. Never ever. And everybody who wants to categorize you, you have to fight back, of course peacefully. We are now past that militant level. I'm not into Fanon area where he said we should not actually tolerate any sort of non-violent resistance. I'm not in that camp, but I am for non-violent. But never ever allow somebody tell you you are somebody else than you are. Go with what you have. Don't what people think you have. Okay, as James Baldwin has said. And in this type of thing, we are fighting for dignity, and the dignity means to be yourself wherever you are, not to replicate anybody else. Thank you very much for your attention, and I think we take some time.
Yeah. Here is the case, you know. A PhD student came with his advisor, and you know, so I was really generous to give 8 more minutes. And the PhD student is from CMS. That's another reason. Anyways, I think they made very good points related to the disappearance in terms of knowledge production, not the physical disappearance. Disappearance in knowledge production of black communities elsewhere or in different parts of the world, either it's in North America or in Latin America or in Europe. So I think there were so many important points. And I also liked the way they were trying to adapt to the situation. Either you withdraw from academia, or you confirm, or you do a number of things. And then when you have more revelations, you come and face it. So thank you for those points. One round of applause for all presenters, please. Now the floor is to Dr. Lothar for his intervention as discussed.
Well, what we just heard were 3 really insightful papers. And even if they're all still products undergoing intellectual motion, even emotion, I might almost add, we truly appreciate that you're willing to share your research insights with us at this point, because I think and I hope that the session will also give you even more insights and reflections to take home. So why did I say these 3 papers are insightful? Well, we can all take our own insights and lessons, I think, from the presentations that we got today, and these in particular. But to me, they're inspiring because they expose a number of really important aspects that are linked to migration research, and I think they even delve into the foundations of it. So what are we really doing when we do migration research? So to make this more clear, let me briefly pick out a key message from each paper before I turn to, let's say, the collective value and the common space, if you like, of engagement that they bring with each other, which may then hopefully provoke further debate in this room. So turning to the first paper, the premise there was that although formal colonial rule has ended, the global system of knowledge production still privileges the global north as the primary site of theory building, expertise and academic authority. Unfortunately, I think nobody would disagree with that statement that knows anything about this, so I don't think we have to contest that. It's an unfortunate reality, but one that we're hoping to slowly sort of shift. Methodology really adapts a qualitative interpretive approach that combines interviews with African academics who then serve or have served as peer reviewers alongside a bibliometric analysis of the migration literature. And I think a key insight from this paper is that they're both clearly excluding mechanisms for scholars of the Global South, for instance, who gets to be the lead in a transnational consortium that connects Global South and Global North partners, as well as more subtle but foundational forms of invisible platforms, or invisible ceilings, I should say, that hinder their intellectual advancement at global levels, not least through what donors in the North consider to be relevant themes in the field of migration, but also through the continued dominance, just the very dominance of global North scholars as the default. The second paper on mainstreaming black consciousness and the narratives in particularly for Slovenia is, I think, super interesting in a very different way, because it sort of focuses more on sort of how policymakers look at migration flows through, I think we should say, Slovenia. It is primarily a transit country at this moment, right? So this might change, but for now it clearly is a transit country for people on their way to somewhere else. For those of you who have been to Slovenia, it's a very pretty country, but apparently it's not good enough for the migrants out there. There will be other reasons for this. What this paper really makes clear to me is that Slovenia is for this moment indeed a transit country, and this is not only for people coming from Africa, but also from Asia and other regions, but I think particularly those two, on their way to other EU countries. The paper also exposes how policymakers deal with asylum applications and how they also conceive migrants. And I think there was a fascinating tension on, you chose to focus her, which I had the chance to read, that there's a tension in their engagement, because on some level they managed to be formal and correct in their application of the law, right? So they're trying to be as distant and as objective as possible in applying the law to whatever case of migrant comes to them. And on the other hand, they also had major reservations and even strong notions on the very legitimacy of the migrants coming their way, questioning, were they real victims? But also positioning their engagement in, let's say, more patronizing forms to uphold a sense of being superior to the migrants, in providing them aid to them as a helpless person. The term then also applied here was, I think, self-righteousness, if I got that right, to understand that as in that kind of way. And I think this tension of understanding whether and how they see themselves, connecting the personal viewpoint to, let's say, the official engagement is something to really go back to further. For they may be thinking that they're doing their work as ethically as possible, by the legal book, if you like, but at the same time they may be subliminally racist, or at least belittling of the person sitting in front of them. So the question there, and I think this extends really to all sorts of visa engagements. I think many of us here in this room have gone through application procedures that were less than humanistic. We see a tension between, let's say, the so-called objectiveness of the person on the other side of the counter through a so-called legal approach versus, let's say, the reality of necessarily constructed realities by these migrants in response to these very same legal frameworks that are limiting rather than enabling. Turning to the third paper, this paper really extends on the issue raised in the first paper, but then takes a shift to, let's say, from the space of institutes of the Global North and how Global South scholars face all sorts of invisible barriers, impeding on their career progress in the roles in these institutes. Obviously, this is a painful topic, but I think also one that we should and cannot ignore, and one we must really consider, because I think it will also make or break the relevance of many of these so-called Global North institutes in the long term. So we're looking right now at a situation where there's a status quo, but I think that status quo will shift, and it may well be that particularly in Europe, we're going to find that our institutes are just simply less relevant because we missed the boat, right? We didn't acknowledge the need for a shift in time for it to still be relevant. So I think your questions and your address are highly relevant and unfortunately necessary. In my own little life world, someone very close to me shared a LinkedIn post about the barriers that she was facing in her years as a chair of a group in a well-known internationally oriented university in the Netherlands. I'm not going to do names here. But this person, someone relatively young and a scholar of the Global South, found herself in a no man's land between what I call the applause of the overall institute, right, who praised her as being a representative of both women and Global South scholars in their midst, while in her own micro practices in the management of an everyday sort of department, she struggled with very different sort of level of acceptance. And I think this has to do with the underlying culture. And I guess here this is then not only a question of whether there is sufficient black consciousness with a capital B, but also the reverse, whether there is also an engagement from the receptive society for a different kind of approach. Are we willing to bring in different emotions? Are we willing to hold our meetings in different ways? And this requires massive changes. Chair, just to conclude on two key messages then. So I think the first is that all three papers talk about agency. Obviously, agency is at the heart of everything we do with migration, so there's nothing new as such in that. But I think what is important here is that all three papers point out, in a very sort of direct way, or perhaps more subtly, the imbalances built into hierarchical structures that have developed over time, both in the EU context of Fort Europe, you might call it, for some decades, but also in the African-European academic engagement, which has been for much longer. And I think this is indeed a heritage of colonial relationships that still persists in all sorts of ways, as a legacy maybe, but also as an outright persistent modality of how we do things, what traditions still persist. The second is the sustained inequality. And the question is whether we're shifting to a better or a worse situation at this moment. If I think we can believe the macro politics of this world, I'm not so sure it's going better. But happily, we have our own controls over some part of it. So maybe there we are doing better. And I think we are here at the CMS. We're celebrating 20 years of an institute that has really sort of come a long way, and it's a reason to celebrate. But it's also a reason to reflect, right? I mean, we're not here only to celebrate, we're also here to think forward and to ask ourselves, okay, so with the successes that this institute has brought, the center has brought to itself, through its partners, through all sorts of alliances that it's formed, and through its own work, the question is then, but what's next? Have we really, because this was the endeavor when we had our first conversations back in 2005, 2006 about this institute, have we really brought a critical voice, an alternative academic voice to the debates on migration, which were to that point very much sort of coming from the Global North? Have we really done this? Or are we still sort of on that road? Are we still needing to engage further and to totally change the agenda so that indeed the center then produces new ideas, and I will here, in this case I'm in a very precarious position right now, be silent and listen first before I produce my ideas. And I think this is something that we really need to sort of change. So I think, all in all, I think these three papers have really brought together, I think, some of the very sensitivities of the current debates. And initially, I was struggling to find the common communal spaces, but I think in the end, all three really sort of do link up to each other through these kinds of questions. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think this was a very insightful intervention also. I mean, I think we need to build on our own agencies, or what leverages do we have. And I like also that idea of what alternatives are we pursuing? I mean, beyond reflecting what is happening, then what alternative path or way of enhancing knowledge production in Africa are we thinking of? What kind of thinking, you know, as a person coming from Ethiopia, for some reason the EU was having issue with the Ethiopian government, and then they set a 45-day visa regime for Ethiopians. So for any Ethiopian applying, you have to stay at least 45 days before you hear from the embassies, and only single entry. That will be only for single entry, and the days reduced. And then I was again thinking, you know, this morning, Professor Lavender was speaking about, how about within our region. I mean, it's good also to look inside. You know, when we correct our own homes and when we do our homework, I think, you know, sorry to call that, but outsiders will accept because the homework is well done. But when you haven't done your own homework, then still the chance of that difference will remain. If Africa is connected, if African researchers work together, then they can build on that, and they have the chance to compete and come into, well, that level field you were raising, Michele. I mean, I know it's really tough, but if you work, you can bring that level field. That's what I think. I think I'm taking too much time. I would allow few interventions or questions or feedback to the presenters, and then very brief responses from the presenters, both for the intervention from the audience as well as any reflection back for the intervention by Dr. Lothar. So 3 or 4, max 4. And 4 is 4. 1. Two, I'm recording 3. Yeah, I have, yeah, go ahead. We have a 4th? No.
First of all, thank you so much for all the interesting presentations. I have a question to Dr. Samuel. You were talking about the indigenous knowledge systems and suggesting that there needs to be a framework developed to include indigenous knowledge systems in migration studies. And based on your research, I am very curious whether you have any ideas or suggestions on how such a framework would look like. Thank you so much.
No, here we have the second we have here. No.
Yes, thank you so much, all presenters. And I kind of like the energy, the passion from all the presenters. My comment goes to the first presenter. I'm really, really excited about your study, and I also want to add my voice. For me, these days, I negotiate. When I get the review prompt or notification, these days I even see it as harassment. They keep harassing you. They keep changing the language as if you own them, as if they are paying you for the review. You are not paid anything to review people's manuscripts. Whilst yours is there, 6 months, 8 months, no feedback, 2 years. A recent paper was there for 2 years. There was even one that I thought this was final stage because it has gone for 3 rounds. Finally, I was thinking this would come. It took more than a year. Then I got a notification. I got a notification to review a paper from that journal. Then I responded that my paper has been with you for over 2 years, almost 2 years. I have accepted this. If mine is released, I give you my feedback. Yes, so now I negotiate. If you accept to respond to my paper, my manuscript, I have accepted yours, I will review. If not, I do accept, and yet I don't give any comment. The paper stays on my desk. So now reviewers should start lobbying. Yes, because we are not paid for it. You are sometimes given some recognition. But if my paper goes and will not be reviewed or attention will not be paid, and yet you keep sending to me, like one of your participants said, has reviewed more than 7, and yet his own is still sitting there. It's unfair. It's very, very unfair. I don't know, because based on the context it's coming from, they get to know this is an African or Ghanaian paper, so they don't pay attention. Now we'll negotiate. You do mine, I do yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Oliver was. Yeah.
Thanks. That follows up. I follow up very quickly on that. Is it if we all know journals behave disgracefully, but also academics may do as well. But if there are these problems, you were very polite in keeping the names. You didn't say what journal it was. You didn't say what publisher. But maybe that's information that we need to find a way of sharing and shaming. And whether it comes from African scholars who may feel reticent about it, or there's one way that maybe those of us who are based in European, established positions in European or other universities can help say, this isn't good enough. And if we hear about it, we can then take it up. Because that seems very practical. It shouldn't be happening. It's outrageous. And, but it needs to be called out. But it can't be called out without the information being shared.
Thank you so much. Is there any more questions? One word here.
Thank you very much for interesting discussion and also feedback from Lothar. I don't know who I am, where I am. I have been in, no, I know who I am, but like I am not white, but I have been in Sweden for almost 20 years, originally from India, right? So in between, I would say. But the issues you are highlighting, I have faced it, but with a Swedish university mail address, for example, when I submit an article, right? So is it more about the global south-north, or is it about the last name, or is it something else? I've had it took 1 year to get the rejection of my first paper. I mean, that's the time it actually takes to have a baby. And I actually tell them that. But also the point concerned, it's the same, not the same, but similar in Europe. But also the question is like, as the chair was saying, what can the African side do? Because I am working more with seeing how can knowledge production be there? Why is that European and African institutions accept only publish in Lancet or Nature or something else? Because I've read very poor papers in these so-called high journals. There are a lot of African journals, and it's not the lack of competence as we can see here and other days. What can be done? Because one thing is what is the previous atrocities, colonialism and all those things, what is a step forward? Because I know, for example, AUC is trying to fund students doing masters or PhD in migration and health. So what is the collective strength that Africa as a community, it's not a country, it's a large continent, can bring it and then take in charge rather than saying, I need BMC or somebody else to accept it. It also starts from the universities. Maybe universities say that, okay, as long as it's published, we accept it, it's good quality. Not that it is published in a global North journal. So it goes both sides, and I think it's an exciting opportunity up front, and very much appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any reflection back from you guys?
Thank you so much for the questions. I was not expecting much questions from my paper, but the questions are very good one. And I will start from Professor talking about negotiation. You know, sometimes when we come to conference like this, we talk about the problem, and not looking at the solution, talking about the imbalances. So apart from what the Prof spoke about, talking about negotiation, one important thing for African scholars to do is to locate journals, European journals that have key interest in African scholars. There are some journals in Europe. For example, in Czech Republic, we have a journal called Modern Africa. It's Q1 journal. They publish most work from African scholars. They prefer ethnographic research. So they also encourage indigenous knowledge system, meaning that most of the article published in Modern Africa encourage field work, indigenous knowledge system, and so on. So it is very crucial not just to talk about the problem, but as Prof said, to look for the way out. How do we come out from these imbalances? Because it's not about the individual. Because I work with some scholars in the global north, and they are great people, and they have been very helpful trying to encourage me as African scholars. But this stuff have to do with the system. Talking about even this Scopus Web of Science journals, you ask a question, how many African journals are indexed in Scopus? How many? Very few. Very few. A professor was talking about for the past 5 years, he has been working hard for one of the journals to be indexed, but yet he has not met the requirement. But immediately he found someone, an old friend in Canada, and included the person as an editor. That same journal was indexed in Scopus. So he raised a question, what is the academic merit of journals being indexed? So the first thing, as Prof said, there must be negotiation. You cannot just keep quiet, I'm being discriminated, and you keep on reviewing and reviewing, because most times when you are African scholars, you receive a lot of paper for review. And if you are not wise enough, you will spend all your career time reviewing and reviewing and reviewing. Like one of my friends said, that he review for journals that respond to his paper. That is, if he submits a paper and after 8 months there is no response, he closed the chapter. So once that same publisher submits an article for him to review, he tells them, review my work first, then I'm going to do your own. So, and that works for him. And lastly, it is important for African scholars to try and locate journals in Global North who are keenly interested in research from Africa. Not just research from Africa, ethnographic research. Then to the last question, Prof, talking about naming the publisher. Well, from the look of research, and the person did that in confidential or something. It's a top journal. It's a top publisher. It's not a pediatric publisher. It's a top publisher in the Global North. And I believe some of us from the Global South may have such experience before. To the last question, talking about the framework. Yeah, in my full paper that I submitted for the conference, I explained a little bit about the indigenous knowledge system providing alternative framework. And you ask a question, what is this framework about? Number one, it includes involving the community, having a research based on community, not just reviewing or relying on information from the global north, that is secondary source. So the indigenous framework also include oral history. I'm a trained historian, so I understand that there are information or message passed from one generation to another, which cannot be found in any written textbook. So African scholars need to go back to that, not to rely on literature review especially from scholars in the global north, based in global north, and researching on global south. It's very difficult. We have scholars from the global north who have interest in African field. They came to Africa, they came to Ghana, to Nigeria, to Tanzania, and they did excellently well. Scholars like this have different perspective. Some of these scholars are editors in journals, so they understand this stuff very well. So it is it's keenly important for us to locate journals that are interested in our work. Not just to say, oh, I'm writing on asylum seekers in Tanzania, in Ghana, and this journal is about migration. Then you submit your paper. So the first thing is to look at the journal. Have they published African scholars for the past years? Okay, I will stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will not take much time, but just to make sure that I have said what I had to, just on one point, about the question of what shall be done in the future. So I will summarize with what I have written in my conclusion. I will read it verbatim here. Scholars from African background, wherever they are, particularly in Western countries, must unite under one umbrella in addition to regional leagues. In USA, there, in Europe, there, wherever they are, they have to unite. They must begin adopting potentiated double consciousness. In a sense, they have to acknowledge their non-appearance in knowledge production is not their problem. It is systemic. It is a system which devalues them. So, but by uniting together, we can challenge even journals who reject us by establishing our own effectively successful journals, but that needs unity. And then become politically consciousness as blacks, the capital B, black consciousness. That is political movement. That is what I suggest. But there is one important point when it comes to Dr. Ababao. What have African scholars done using our own journal, for example, in Africa? In Norway, I'm working in Norway. So there is a national organ which periodically evaluates every single journal. So they assign value. Level 1, level 2, level 0. If you publish in level 0 journals, which are unfortunately, most of which are not from Europe or not USA, most of them, why don't you publish 100 papers? It will not count in your promotional application. So you are indirectly bound to this westernized part, So, but there is one weakness from my side also. I have to pinpoint. I could have applied a particular journal from Africa for recognition to the national organ, saying that please evaluate this journal and assign value 1 or value 2. Based on that, we could solve. Otherwise, it is really, really complex. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. There was no specific question for me, but maybe I can just build on to Lothar final remarks about what's next. I haven't actually put many attention to this, so I just, whatever come to my mind during these few minutes is like coming back to the theme of the conference. So it's about bridging the gap, and I really like this. There is a question mark at the end of this. Because we have to ask ourselves, about what policy do we want to support with data. So I think we have to, as the researchers, maintain the gap to a certain extent, to be reflexive of what we're actually involved in our research processes when we are delivering data to policymakers. So we have to ask ourselves, what are these policies we want to support? So, for example, I'm from Europe, and we also apply for European Horizon projects and so on. So, one exemplary project, call for project right now is like one that aims at improving the implementation of Pact on Migration and Asylum. So, but this pact was actually heavily criticized by civil society, and it questions whether it is actually in the interest of migrants. So, what we have to take a critical stance. Do we want to support the improvement, and what, actually we are doing when we are doing research in this kind of aspects? I would like to also stress that we often forget that there is a great gap between us researchers and the policymakers, because policymakers they live in a wholly different world. They are responsible to the state, to the government in one way. They also feel a responsibility to their voters or to their supporters. In a way, they also feel responsible to the citizens, which might not be their supporters, but they face resistance from their side. So, but at the end, I think they act how do they decide? They are putting themselves into the center of their decisions because of this pressure from the media, from the opposition, from the civil society they are facing. And I think this actually makes us very much different, them from our researchers. And finally, I would like to say that whatever policies they are making, they're eventually, at the final end, actually policies that are dealing with the governing of the state in line with the best possible way of governing, so that the state becomes richer, more developed, that it prospers in some way. And this might be very different from what we are, defending in our political standpoints, because we are arguing for human rights, respect, which might not be actually, in line with the better government of the state, but actually requesting more financial resources from the state and so on. So I think these are some of the main points I would like to conclude my thought about, the question that is also the main question of this conference. So about the bridging the gap. Of course, we have to, but we have to be careful about and reflective of how we do that.
Thank you so much. I mean, as the chair, I would sometimes when you get this opportunity, you have to reflect. Here's what I'm thinking. All three topics were extremely important, related to knowledge production in Africa or the policies in the north. Why are we contributing or sending our journals to different parts of the world? Well, some of us may say we need to have a global presence and we need to contribute knowledge globally. Yes, we should not be only bound within the continent. But I think there's a very important and real reason is for promotion we need to send it to impactful journals. Why did they become impactful? because so many people read them. Why are not we reading the journals in Africa? Why don't we populate the journals in Africa? Why don't we contribute to the journals in Africa? And this still doesn't mean by any means, to be genuine with you guys, I don't that much enjoy the North-South divide. I do believe multi-directional relations, South-South, South-North, North-South, East-West, whichever you call. To me, knowledge is global, yes. It is also contextual, yes. It is the contextual or the indigenous that grows into the global. I mean, if you cultivate the local and it remains there, I think to me, it's not much incremental. But if you cultivate it and bring it to the global space, that's what a contribution is. So we need to contribute to our own journals, to our own institutions, and strengthen. That's what I do believe. I mean, I don't want to repeat all the papers were so special. So one round applause for all the presenters. And for our discussant also, Dr. Lothar. Thank you so much for your intervention. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So please, you may resume your seat. Now, please, another round of applause for our final panelist. Thank you so much. Photo, are you ready? Okay. So please, let's kindly, should they climb up? Okay, respectfully, yes. So please, climb up again and let's have the photograph. Prof, thank you so much for the reminder. So in about 3 minutes, we would want to confirm the closing from the other side. So they join us for the closing session. That will be very brief. And then we'll step out to have our final snack break. And then we have our departures. So if you want to stretch for 3-4 minutes, please, you can stretch. And we would reconverge briefly for the closing session.
Hello. I think we are standing in between ourselves and our closing. Let's start the closing so that we can head off to the coffee session, have a bit of interaction before we leave. Unfortunately, our colleagues went right to the coffee, so we are stuck. Yeah. They left us behind. Yes. So it's not a long, we usually don't do closing, but we feel that we need to have some concluding talks so that we'll remember ourselves, at least some final words. While we are waiting for everyone, please help me to acknowledge the great team that have made this possible. We haven't had opportunity to do that. And since we have November coming, I think it's an opportunity to thank them and appreciate them so that in November, they will still support, to tap their back and tell them that they should keep on working. And so we are working with interfaculty. I'm sure if you have noticed a few people running up and down. The center has, don't worry, you are chatting. Please have your seat. No, I'm talking. I'm a migrant. I don't have time. The road is very busy and risky. All right. So the center is made up of 3 permanent faculty members. Myself, Leander Kandilige, and Johnson Apiakubi. Johnson Apiakubi has been around. I always say he's an economist, so he's a man of few words, so you may not see him around, but he's around. And then the rest of the faculty that help us are interfaculty. And we have over 24 interfaculty because the center was set up as a multidisciplinary. And so 3 of us definitely couldn't have pulled this off, to have 3 conferences in a year. And so on behalf of my colleagues, Professor Leander Kandilige, he's not here, I've seen him pass by, and then Dr. Johnson Apiakubi, we had to call on our interfaculty to support us. And so we have a tall list. And again, there's something unique about Center for Migration Studies. Our students never leave. And so we are a base, no matter where they go, they come back home. So we had to form a committee with our students and our alumni. So you see them running around, moving here. They never leave. They always come back home to take their last breath. And so let me go through. We had International Conference Planning Committee with our EUI colleagues. It was led by Professor Andrew Geddes. Thank you very much. Please, if you can clap, you do it. Otherwise, when we finish, we do a big one. And then we have Dr. Eleonora Milazzo, thank you very much. Valentina Betten, who is not here. Valentina has done so well. Unfortunately, those who do the groundswork, you never see them, but she's done a very great job to bring us this far. And coming to CMS, so CMS for the anniversary, we have a committee for a big one, but we decided that to make work efficient, we divided ourselves into subcommittees. So if you have seen the brochure, you see a very tall list. And so let me acknowledge all the members. So we have our co-chair. Interestingly, she's from the School of Nursing. And so Lillian, please, if you can give a high five to everybody. So Lillian is our interfaculty from Nursing, School of Nursing, and she's our co-chair. We have Professor Leander Kandilige. I've already mentioned that. I mean, you've seen him, one of the tallest people around. Today he's in court, so you see that. You can't miss him. And then we have Professor Sylvia Ijan. So she's not here. And then Dr. Peter Na, not here, but Sylvia is from sociology. Na is from African studies. Dr. Abdul Karim, the one who organized the dinner for us yesterday, is from the School of Performing Arts. I think he was there in the beginning, so if you were there, you saw him. And then we have Dr. Johnson Apiakubi. I think he's not here now. And then Dr. Kofi Asante, he was one of the chairs or discussants. He is also from Institute of here, where we are now, ISE. And then we have Mrs. Mary Bajri. Where are you, Mary? I'm sure she's down there. She's an administrator. I'm sure all your letters you would have seen CMS admin. She was the one writing all the letters. Sometimes she misses, but she catches them later. So don't worry if it delayed. And then we have Mrs. Betty Carlson. Betty is also from the college. So the college loaned us some of their staff. And so Betty has been helping us. Vincent, are you here? from Public Affairs, University of Ghana. Vincent has been doing the communication for us. And then together with Ato. And then we have Sheba. Sheba, can you give us a wave? Sheba is our chief protocol. Yesterday, all the movements, she was doing that. And then we have Alice. Alice is not here, but Alice is the personal secretary for the provost, and she's the secretary for the committee. And then we have conference plan. So we divided ourselves. We have the conference planning subcommittee. It's chaired by Professor Leander Kandilige. Please clap for him. So all the good work that have been going on. And then the members are Professor Lillian Ohene, thank you. And then Dr. Kofi Asante, Mrs. Mary Badri, Mary Yabwa. So Mary Yabwa is a student, Eric is a student, Erika Kumenyi, Rosalind Fosia is a student, David is a student. No, some of them are alumni. David, are you a student or alumni? You said you'll be coming back, okay. And then J. Jom is also almost finishing. And then we have the exhibition and fair planning. So in November, we'll be doing a great exhibition. We have Professor Lillian as the chair. We have Dr. Peter Na, Mrs. Betsy Carlson, Mrs. Mary Badri, J. Jom also helping. So J. Jom is the one that supplied us with the drinks. And those ones, she did them on pro bono basis. So we thank her very much. And then the media publicity anniversary souvenirs. We have Dr. Karim, so all the artistic things. So the dance, all the dances were from School of Performing Arts. All the music we saw School of Performing Arts. And then we have again, I mean, we have circulated ourselves, so the members are still the same. And then fundraising. The fundraising is always difficult, so there are only a few people there. That's Isaac, Isaac and Gifty. Can you wave to us? Isaac, Kwabnedu, and then Gifty. Gifty, can you wave to us? And then some invisible people that, there are so many invisible hands, I can't mention them, but Jonah, please, where are you? Please, let's put our hands together for Jonah. I'm sure everybody received an email from him somewhere and somehow. And then the media team is led by Reverend Francis Obin. So we say we are the only center that has a church as an affiliation. So the good media team you saw yesterday was from Keeper's House. And so if everything went well, please let's clap for the church, the reverend, who doubles up as our students and our researcher and everything. We are so grateful. Not forgetting today, Miasa supplied us with media. So Chris, please, can you wave to us? Thank you. Your sound has been good. We are grateful to you. And thank you so much. And then we have Nana Kwame from Public Affairs. He has been helping the Keepers Media. Keepers Media, Oti, please, can you wave to us? Thank you very much. And all your ladies, all your team, Michael, we are so grateful. All the things you've done, we can't forget them. And then Zainab is one of our staff, but for some medical reasons, she's not here, but she's always online supporting. We are grateful to Zainab. Please, let's clap for her. And then Emmanuel Yakas, I'm sure you would have seen Yakas somewhere. He's also behind the scenes working. Thanks to the MCs, yesterday MCs, we had our alumni, Dr. Tete, who is also at CSPS. He completed, she was my mate, but she was employed by CSPS. And so please, she did so well. Let's clap for her. Then we had the mail from School of Performing Arts. And then today we have Ni and Sarah. Thank you very much. Ni is a lover of CMS. Thank you so much. And there are so many people who have worked to make this happen. We are so grateful to you. Words cannot express. Students are buying water. The water, some of them are from the students, from the alumni. They are giving us drinks. Yesterday they gave us the small things. These were things we used to eat when we were young, but yesterday they made us have a feel of them. So we are so grateful to each and everyone. And to our partners, thank you. This started as a small idea when I was in Florence last year over coffee. And actually the name I had already gone to Toronto, and they have this project called Bridging Divides. So I always kept saying divides bridging. I forgot, I used to make a joke about it, that why do you do bridging divides? Do we bridge divides or what? So I met him and I said, let's do a conference. And we agreed, and I said, maybe we should do it bridging divides. And then I said, oh, maybe Anna will not be happy because she has copyright. So let's do something else. And so we came up with Bridging the Gap. And I think it hasn't been a bad team at all. The team has has raised a lot of awareness. So thank you very much for all the support and for coming home, the people who started with us. And thank you, especially those who funded yourself. This is one of the conferences that most of the people here funded themselves. Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for each other. I can't mention names because if I mention, I'll mention everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you for those who have repeated attendance. Prof. Mensah, thank you so much. He came in January. He has come back again. I was so shy to go and ask him there's another conference. And there's another one in November. That one, I've said it publicly, so please. We are expecting a repeat. So some of you should repeat the attendance, please. November is the climax. If you are coming on the 14th, we are walking towards the Bree Mountains. We want to exercise, we want to have fun. So please be part of that fun before the Monday or the Wednesday when we start the real activities. Let's make academic fun. Otherwise, we will break our heads. Thank you. Please, we have put together some key points as conclusion points, just for us to reflect on the things we have done, not to make it too long and boring. So I give it to Andrew to continue.
Thanks, Mary. Now that seemed to me like when you go and see a really good film and then you see all the credits, who did the sound, who did the production, but we're forgetting somebody. In the end of the credits, you get the director. And who's the director of this production? Well, Mary's the director of this production, so I think we should have heard. And I think on Sunday also we're giving thanks for Mary's promotion as well, so maybe another applause for Mary's promotion. So as Mary said, we thought about this conference about a year ago, and when you have these conversations, you're having a coffee, there's two people, you have no idea what you're going to create. And it's amazing, just incredible to see so many brilliant people here, amazing work. But also, hopefully what people get from this is connections with other people with similar interests. So you come to a conference because you connect. So you leave the conference and there are things you take with you. You don't want it to be a conference where you just say hello and then at the end you say goodbye and that's it. We want this conference to be something that you can take things from. And then of course this is in the CMS, and I'm from the Migration Policy Centre at EUI. We want to work with CMS because we want to take these conversations forward. And as centres, the advantage we have as centres is that we can bring people together, we can aggregate, we can try and multiply. And so that's what we plan to do. And so Mary and I just thought about some points which we thought could be relevant to keep the conversation going. So this isn't something we want to end, this is something we want to continue with. And so just as a few things, and the first is just a word to the academics in the room, because we talked about bridging the gap. And I think what people have done here is fundamentally rethink what we mean when we talk about the gap and bridging the gap between research and policy. And perhaps it's not the gap that's the problem. Perhaps what we have to emphasize is that critical distance of scholars is a virtue. And many of the most significant research advances have come from basic research, which is not framed by immediate policy relevance and never could have been. So for most scholarship, direct policy impact is perhaps unlikely. It might be not why people are doing it. It's not the right metric necessarily, the value of people's work. So it seems that from a lot of the conversations, of a real impact is around the engagement that can be generated, who to engage with, how to engage with people, when to engage with people, and also how to protect space for critical, independent thinking while still remaining connected to the world beyond the academy. And what we have at this conference is many different ways of doing that. There isn't a single way to do that. There have to be many ways of doing this, depending on the things that interest you. There's also perhaps an observation about the field of migration studies, which has grown quite significantly, although in unequal ways, as has been shown very convincingly by some very powerful presentations. So migration researchers maybe are very good at talking to each other, but what we might also have to do is think where migration studies sits, because it sits at the intersection of some very important challenges. So it sits at the intersections of debates about development, urbanization, security, climate change, public and elite attitudes, demography, political economy. And so maybe to make progress as researchers, we also need to think about these multidisciplinary conversations, how we develop multidisciplinary engagement, how we do that in practice, and also what we might sometimes have to give up in terms of disciplinary comfort, because we have to maybe push the boundaries of what we're doing and the conversations that we have. And people here are already doing that. From the practitioners, and we've had a very strong input from people involved in practice, what we've heard are very realistic assessments that I think have helped us to understand that research is often a one voice, and sometimes the room is very noisy where decisions are made. Lots of voices are present, as we have to think about the politics of this. We have to think about the salience of issues, the levels of public attention. We need to think about timing and context. So this goes beyond just simply translating our research into shorter policy briefs or clearer messages. It also asks us to think very seriously about how research enters into political and bureaucratic processes, also about the world in which practitioners operate, the context that they operate in, the constraints that they face, which, if you're interested in engagement, must also be part of the agenda for engagement. One thing we also picked up was quite a strong focus on more effective communication, so communicating our work, and at times we've talked about changing the narrative, and rightly so. But perhaps one thing that we could think about is how the information and evidence that we produce is understood and used by the people to whom we are sending it. So how do people actually take in the information and evidence that is provided? How does it then shape their attitudes and behavior? And we know from research that changing narratives and changing people's attitudes can be very difficult, because our views are often quite deeply held. We have quite deeply held views of the world and our beliefs, and we can be quite resistant to changing those. So I think there's a challenge for all of us, and this is a challenge we're very happy to take forward from our centres, is to think about building effective communication and how that relates to the audiences that we are trying to affect, whether that be the public, specific groups, it might be policymakers, to think about this, what you might call a behavioural dimension to our work as well. And people here are doing that, and we have a lot to learn from those that are. Another thing that I think came across in a lot of the discussions, and also yesterday, was crisis thinking. And as somebody who's based in Europe, migration debates are framed very powerfully in terms of crisis and catastrophe. And I think we have to be very conscious the way that ideas of crisis play quite a powerful role in organising knowledge, expertise, funding, and also governance across institutions. So often these kind of crisis frames are not describing mobility, but they are playing quite an important role in shaping it, and also constricting flows of information, people and resources. And we've had very powerful challenges to these crisis framing. But I think we're now seeing this kind of thinking becoming quite powerful when it comes to ideas about, say, climate mobility or mobility and migration in the context of climate change. And I think this crisis thinking, we've had some very powerful corrective presentations which challenge in very important ways this kind of crisis thinking, and certainly encourage the colleagues doing that work to carry on. And then finally, if there's a common thread that runs through all of this, and obviously we couldn't possibly do justice to the range and depth and insight that was provided in all the presentations, but I suppose a conference like this is also a call for reflexivity, and that means to think carefully about our roles, what we do, the concepts we use, the practices we use, what they entail, what they can include, what they can exclude, also about the political and institutional environments in which we operate, which clearly are crucial in including and excluding particular perspectives. So it seems that the task ahead is not to find some kind of single model of engagement, because there will always be tensions in the relationship between evidence and policy. There's a tension between distance and relevance, between disciplinary depth and openness, between evidence and politics. And we are almost compelled to work productively within these tensions. These tensions are the context in which we work. So with that, I'd like to thank all the speakers. I mean, I would also like to thank everybody here at CMS who's done such an amazing job putting this conference together. All the speakers, all the chairs, all the discussants, everybody who's contributed, and that's what we want to carry on working with you to take these questions forward. So in the next couple of days, I think, or maybe early next week, I look forward to having a conversation with Mary and her colleagues to think about some very practical ways we might want to do that, build more cooperation, create opportunities for people to share their research and their ideas. So, and I also realise that these words stand between you and a snack. So I will now bring it to a close. I'd like to thank everybody very much, and
All right, so unless the MCs have announcement.
So our quick one, just a reminder, as our host mentioned, let's keep the conversations going. But most importantly, we are looking forward to seeing you all in November. We hope that November will be as interesting, as engaging, as vibrant as we've seen in April. And yes, our coffee break is finally going to happen right after here. So please do not go. Make sure you enjoy some snack right after here. Thank you all so much. Hope to see you soon in November. Thank you.